M. Ms. Euster, roll call, please.
Member Thomas?
Here.
Member Nguyen?
Here.
Member Plancarte?
Here.
Member Jones?
Here.
President Hill?
Here. Okay, moving on to agenda item 1.2, meeting practices and information. Okay. Greetings, everyone, and thank you for joining. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Per the California School Board Association, however, it is important to note that a board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but rather a meeting to conduct the public's business. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that we're able to conduct the meeting effectively. Okay, and I'm just going to skip to the closed session section. Actually I won't. During the meeting, there will be time for public to comment on matters not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as the board president, ask for the public to comment on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting. This includes any conduct that prevents members of the board, district staff, or the person making a comment from speaking. Okay. Okay, so moving on to section 1.3, public comment on closed session. So do we have any comments? Okay, so are you Ms. Games? No? Okay. Do you, oh, okay. Okay. It says an A.
Gomez? Gomez.
It's Gomez? Okay. Actually, I'm sorry, this is not closed session. I'm sorry, this one is 9.1. So we're getting you a little bit early here. So we're sorry to drag you in. Actually, your time's going to be a little bit later. I'm sorry, but if you have a comment that you want to make specifically on the items that are connected to closed session, so there's 3 items. So there's conference with legal counsel, there's conference with labor negotiators, and there's public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release. So if you want to make a comment about those, you can right now. But if you want to make a comment on non-agenda items, you'll have to wait just a little bit later. So are you waiting till later? Okay, great. Sorry to drag you guys in. You can go back outside and enjoy the weather. Or stay. Okay, great. Okay, all right. Are there any other items? Any other speakers? No? Okay. Okay, so we're going to now recess to closed session. In closed session, we're going to be covering 3 items. So 2.1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Government Code 54956.9, Subdivision D1, OAH case number 202-402-0183, Keenan claim number 634914. We're also going to be discussing 2.2, conference with labor negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, employee organization, unrepresented employee, interim superintendent. And then finally, we're going to be discussing 2.3, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release, Government Code 54957, interim superintendent. Okay, and with that, we are recessing to closed session. We should be back approximately at 7 o'clock to resume the meeting. Okay, thank you. from closed session. There are 2 items that we need to report out that the board took action on. So the number one, the first item is item 2.1, existing litigation, OAH case 2024-020183. Motion to approve, not approve staff recommendation by board members. So there was a motion by Member Thomas and a second by Member Jones. And we had 5 board members vote in favor of accepting a settlement of $137,250. And the board members were Member Thomas, Member Wen, Member Plancarte, Member Jones, and Member Hill. So that's number 1. And then also under the same agenda item, action taken under Government Code 54956.9 in closed session under the agenda item 2.1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. We took the action to approve a settlement recommendation by Keenan and Associates for claim number 634914 in the amount of $670.60. Motion was made by Member Wen. It was seconded by Member Jones, and it was 5 voting yes, 0 no, 0 abstaining, and the members that voted yes were Member Thomas, Member Wen, Member Plancarte, Member Jones, and Member Hill. Okay. All right, so can we all rise and take the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Okay, we're moving on now to agenda item 4.2, meeting practices and information. So greetings, everyone, and thank you for joining. Before we get started, I would like to say that the board appreciates and supports stakeholder input at our meetings. Engagement by members of the public in civic matters is a cornerstone of our democracy. Per the California School Board Association, however, it is important to note that a board meeting is not a meeting of the public, but rather a meeting to conduct the public's business. Everyone should have a chance to express their opinions within the guidelines the board has established for its meetings so that we are able to conduct the meeting effectively and efficiently. During the meeting, there will be time for the public to comment on matters not on the agenda. In addition, members of the public may comment on specific agenda items after I, as the board president, ask for public comment on an item. Until it is your turn to speak, or if you are here just to observe the meeting, please refrain from any behavior that prevents others from participating in the meeting. This includes any conduct that prevents members of the board, district staff, or the person making a comment from speaking. We also ask that when you are called upon, you address only the board. While we assume that members of the public intend to participate in the meeting in a civil manner, and while legitimate criticism of the board is protected speech, per Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code 54957.95, we will not permit actual disruption of the board meeting. Disrupting means engaging in behavior during a board meeting that actually disrupts, disturbs, impedes, or renders infeasible the orderly conduct of the meeting. Actual disruption by an individual or group, or any conduct or statements that threaten the safety of any person at the meeting shall be grounds for the president to terminate the privilege of addressing the board and remove the individual from the meeting. Prior to removal, the individual will be warned that their behavior is disrupting the meeting and that failure to cease the disruptive behavior will result in removal. If after being warned, the individual does not promptly cease the disruptive behavior, the board president will ask that the individual be removed. Thank you for your attention to these protocols, and we look forward to your participation in our meeting. Okay, so moving on to agenda item 5.1, approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda.
Okay. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Member Thomas moves to approve the agenda, and student member Lee seconds. Ms. Euster, can we do a roll call, please?
Student Joy,
Here.
Nancy Thomas,
Yes.
Ms. Nguyen, Board
Yes.
Member Nguyen,
Yes.
Board Member Plicante,
Yes.
Board Member Jones,
Yes.
President Hill.
Yes. Motion carries. Okay. Moving on to item 6, student report. So student report, student board member. So student member Lee, would you like to provide an update to us?
Yes, I would love to. Hello, good evening, Board, Executive, Cabinet, and community. My name is Joy Lee, and I will be presenting today's New York Memorial High School's board report. So we have a couple of upcoming events at New York Memorial High School. The first is this Friday on 4/19. We will have our junior and senior prom at Lake Chalet in Oakland. Next, we also have our League of Leaders coming up next Monday, which is where our next year leadership students from all the Fremont schools as well as our high school will come together in our main gym, and we'll have all-day training with the keynote speaker. And while on the topic of leadership, today New York Memorial High School hosted a challenge day for the 100 students on campus. Students participated in a variety of events to start down breaking walls and finding connections amongst their peers. The event was very successful, and students and adult mentors were able to connect on common ground and begin to see each other through a different perspective. We're hoping to able to do this event again next year. Next, we have Coachella, formerly known as Memorial's Got Talent, and is currently taking signups to happen on April 26th during lunch. This is a chance where students are able to showcase their talents, and also a time for New York Memorial High School students to come together on the grass, standing up or sitting down, and watch the performers. Next, we have New York Memorial High School's night market on April 26th, starting from 5:30 p.m. And one of the most exciting events which happens on our school from May 6th through 9th is our Cougar Olympics. This is our 4th annual Cougar Olympics, and students have the chance to sign up for dodgeball, volleyball, basketball, and a very new one, bubble soccer, during lunch to compete against people from other grades. So it'll be like classes against each other. It'll be like juniors against sophomores, or freshmen against seniors. And each day it's a battle to see which grade is the best. And so some notable events which happened since we last met is our SLI team went to Huntsville, Alabama, and the rocket launched with an altitude of 4,139 feet, which is amazing. And for a little recap of what they did there, for the first 2 days, NASA hosted events like workshops, lectures, and a team networking event. They also had a launch readiness review, and the following day they attended and had a booth at the Rocket Fair, in which every team had booths for their rockets. For Newark's SLI team, people could learn about and take a picture with the Rocket Man. On Saturday, they had launch day, and the entire day was used for the launch. Their rocket, once again, went straight up and had an altitude of 4,139 feet. On the last day, they relaxed and they had fun, and the team bonded all day. Next, our 11th grade Puente students were able to travel to Southern California and were able to visit 6 different colleges, which was an amazing opportunity. And lastly, for student life, definitely, I just want to speak about how many students are sad about the programs being shut down at our schools. And also, we currently have student testing going on, state testing going on right now for the juniors. And that's all. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, thank you, student member Lee. Okay, moving on to 7.1, employee organizations. Do we have a representative from NTA here? Okay, welcome, Ms. Villa.
Good evening, school board, Board, Mr. Carr. My name is Sherryville, and I'm president of our NTA. Again, my comments are going to be similar as previous meetings. We need to keep our teachers. Last meeting, I gave information in regards to Pleasanton and what they've currently settled for. Well, just recently, Hayward, one of our surrounding districts, 2% retro for 22-23, and then 8.5% retro for 23-24. Man, it's hard, just, like I said last time, how many of our teachers live out in the valley, even more live in the Hayward area. We can't ask our teachers to stay anymore. We can't say, if you have passion for Newark, you'll stay. Can't do that anymore. That's not fair. 1 year ago today, or 1 year ago about this time, we TA'd for 2 years of compensation, knowing full well that we had the third year to compensate. We're the same exact, we haven't made any movement. We're in the same exact places. Hold on, I take that back. We're a couple steps back. Now what we have going on, all year we've had elementary TOSAs talking about keeping them in their positions. Those TOSAs feeling like they have to fight for what they're doing. Now we have MCA here in the same boat. We shouldn't have our people having to fight for what they do best. So when July 1st starts, our teachers will be working without a contract in regards to compensation. Our second year runs out June 30th. So again, we are in the same place that we were a year ago in regards to compensation for our teachers. We need to keep our teachers. We can't ask them to stay for what we're getting compensated. We need them to. We're ready to negotiate. We proposed for community schools. We haven't heard anything. We Sunshine, still haven't heard anything. We need to start talking about this now, today. Not after school gets out. There's 30 more days left of school, 30 school days. Today's 150. We started this year with 12 vacancies. 12. And in my information, I already have 17 teachers who are going to another district. 17 of the teachers that we have now have already let me know that they're going to be going somewhere else for more compensation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Do we have any representatives from CSEA?
Hello.
Welcome, Ms. Huffman.
Good evening to the Newark board members, executive cabinet, community members. So I originally came tonight with a different speech in mind, but decided to speak once again in hopes, just once, that the board would listen. But here we are again at another board meeting, realizing that the school board has not listened to, or chose to not listen to a single word CSEA, NTA, NUMA, and our parents of our community have to say or have said regarding the dissatisfaction with the way you're running our district over the last several months. Your leadership continues to be a huge disappointment. We are beyond angry that this board's leadership continues to put Newark Unified in turmoil. Your lack of decision-making shows that the students of NUSD, that they are not put first. What's first in the eyes of this board is lining the pockets of new created hiring executive cabinet positions with hefty high-level increases, which are higher than the previous positions vacated, which, by the way, are off the backs of CSEA, NTA, and NUMA, staff layoffs, or not filling vacancies. Do the words, "we rob from Peter to pay Paul," sound familiar? This is what the school board continues to do. The board robs from the classified staff, teachers, and management to pay the rich. executive cabinet positions. When is this board going to listen and stop continuing to make the same mistakes over and over, digging deeper and deeper into this huge hole? I've been telling our classified staff that this district is spiraling, but I have come to realize that it's beyond that. We are at the bottom of the pit with no way out, with no way up. Newark Unified is in desperate need of change. I keep constantly telling you guys we need to see something change, difference. This board and executive cabinet continue to state that we are in this situation due to declining enrollment, which I agree to a point. But with the declining enrollment, the district loses money. But have you ever given any thought that we are also in this situation because we can't retain our staff? Employees have given 150% to the district, are leaving or have been laid off, and our Newark families are following. With parents unhappy that our valued staff are leaving, they are deciding to pull their children from this district and go elsewhere. We continue to lose students, staff, closing schools, merging schools, and absolutely nothing has changed. In fact, it's gotten worse. More in debt than the year before, but somehow continuing to line the pockets of the new higher leadership positions in this district. Are we in debt or not? Who's doing the math in this district? Do we need to utilize and hire our mathematics teachers to do our budget? CSA is exhausted and is trying to get the board to see what is right in front of you, but you continue to turn a blind eye and just look at where we're at now. We are tired of hearing, please be patient as we work things out. We are out of patience, and we, the staff, students, and parents of Newark Unified deserve better, want answers, and accountability for your actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huffer. Do we have a representative from NUMA? Okay, all right. So moving on to 8.1, Superintendent Report. Ms. Ficarra.
Well, I'm super excited to be able to share with you some information about Newark Unified School District this week. This week, Board Member Jones and myself, we were able to celebrate two amazing Newark Unified School District educators. The first is Michelle Liebhelt, who is our Newark Teacher of the Year. Are you here? Come on up. Michelle, we are so excited about having you as our representative, as our Teacher of the Year, and going on to county. We also have Angelica Garrido. Angelica, are you here? There she is. Woo! Well, just a second. I'm going to let both of you just speak in just a moment, but I just have to share. Both of these educators put our students and families first every day. Their colleagues recognize their commitment to serving students, our families, and the work that they do as educators. On behalf of our entire Newark Unified School District family, we want to celebrate and thank you for the amazing work that you do each and every day. You both are amazing. Would you like to make a couple comments?
I'm fine. Thank you. I love my school, my Lincoln community, and always every day working with the kids. I love my job.
Yes, please.
I just want to say thank you. It's an honor to be recognized for the hard work that we do, especially the spotlight on early childhood education as I teach TK, so thank you. To my colleagues that took the time to acknowledge the work that I do, I thank you very much. Any one of them could be standing here as well. BGP is a powerhouse, and we work really hard to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our kids in the Newark community. I've been working for Newark for 26 years, so it's a long time that I've been here. And every year has its challenge. Every year gives me inspiration. Every year I want to be the best that I can be when I come to work for myself and my growth, for my colleagues that I work with, for my family to be proud of me, and most importantly for my students to let them know that they fill my cup. I believe in them, and I'm just so proud to represent Newark and to continue serving the students in our community. So thank you.
Thank you. Aw. Yeah, that'd be fine. You want to step down? Guess what? There's more. So on Friday, April 12th, 2024, board members Plancardi and Nguyen joined Mike Murphy and myself at a very special day at Amazon headquarters over in Sunnyvale, California. We were there for the Amazon Future Engineers of the Year. Woo! And we have a future engineer with us today, and I think her dad's here with us. We are so excited to announce that Asa Jane, who was a senior at Newark Memorial High School, was announced as one of the 200 future engineers, and she has earned a $40,000 scholarship. Wait, there's more. There's more. She also gets to intern over at Amazon in the summer months while she's going to college. And we are so proud of her accomplishments and the hard work that has put her there. We want to thank her parents, her teachers, her counselors, who kept on believing in her dream of being an engineer. Thank you, staff. And then her dad's here. You want to say a few words?
Thank you so much. And I really thank all the teachers here doing really good job, great job. I wish I was born here in US or at least went to school here in US. Teachers here are amazing, so friendly, so frank, except one or two which we had experiences. Otherwise I would say 98% of the teachers. There's, back in India, I remember now things have changed. If we weren't done homework, they would ask us to stand on the desk, punishment, severe punishments back then. Things have changed there now, but thank you, Mr. Goldsmith. I know he is not here. And my daughter wants to thank him as well over the phone because she couldn't come. She has to catch up with the things she missed on Friday as she wasn't at school because of that. And she has a AP chemistry test coming up. So thank you all the teachers. Can I just have a quick call and she can thank Mr. Goldsmith here?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's put her on the phone.
Hello, Aster, everyone out here, listening to you. Can you thank your teachers, Mr. Goldsmith, and everyone out? He is not here though, but probably he's going to watch probably on YouTube.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Goldsmith. You really helped me out this year with all the recommendation letters you wrote for me. And I just wanted to say thank you to all the board members and the principal of the school for supporting me out there on Friday. It really meant a lot to me, so thank you so much.
Okay, Aster, bye.
Thank you. It really was so much fun getting to see her open up the box and see that she was going to be one of the future engineers for Amazon. So what a great day that was, and thanks for letting us celebrate with your family, sir. We also welcomed a new staff member, Jenny Lee Penafor, as our new IT director. Jenny Lee brings with us, actually she's here somewhere here this evening. She's around here helping us out. And she brings innovative ideas to learning and the infrastructure needs of our district, so we're excited to have her join our team. And then Newark Unified Board of Education will have a very special session next week on Tuesday, April 23rd at 6 p.m. here in the board meeting. We've got FICMAT coming, and their Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Mike Fine, will be here with us to talk with us about our budget and about the MYP and just share some wisdom with all of us. Additionally, we also have a joint meeting coming up with the City of Newark next Monday, and that is being hosted over the city offices. The agenda is posted online. And that concludes my report this evening.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fakar.
Welcome.
Okay, so moving on to agenda item 9, public comment. So 9.1, public comment on non-agenda item. And just to make sure that everybody, because we've got a lot of new people here, so understand the protocol. So we've now reached the portion of the meeting set aside for comments from the public about matters not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Under Board Bylaw 9323, comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker, and the board will limit the total time for public input on each agenda item to 20 minutes. These limits have been put in place because the board believes that late-night meetings deter public participation, can affect the board's decision-making capability, and can be a burden to staff. If a situation arises where there are more speakers on a topic than total time allotted, the president may ask members of the public with the same viewpoint to select a few individuals to address the board on behalf of that viewpoint. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to directly address the board, per Government Code 54954.3, non-English speakers who utilize a translator shall be provided at least twice the allotted time to address the board. Per Government Code 54954.2, the board shall take no action or discussion on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except as authorized by law. However, without taking action, board members or district staff members may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public about items not appearing on the agenda. Okay, and with that, we're going to proceed with 9.1, public comment on non-agenda items. So can I have Ms. Lizette Gamez please come forward?
Hello, I'm Lisette Gomez, and I'm a senior at Newark Memorial. Today I'm speaking on behalf of MCA. I'm on my final year of the MCA program, which is a 3-year program beginning sophomore year. I believe that the program was extremely beneficial to me as it helped me prepare for my future career. Just to say this personally, I want to be an animator for my career. So getting into a media program and learning how to use equipment and programs that they use in the real world, such as Adobe, Photoshop, InDesign, and Premiere Pro, it really helped me a lot. On top of that, I was able to talk to a lot of professionals in the industry, such as writers, social media managers, comic book artists, animators, and musicians. And it was really helpful for me to see that there's a lot more career options available for artists, and to kind of break the stereotype of break the starving artist stereotype. On top of improving my skills in media, I believe that I've grown not only academically, artistically, but also personally, with the helpful and close-knit community that MCA offers. I ask you to strongly reconsider eliminating the MCA program because I believe it's beneficial to a lot of people that want to get into careers in media, and it helped me a lot. And I don't think it's fair that the people in the MCA program who have yet to complete it or yet to enter it not get the chance and same opportunities that I did. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Gamez. And I'd like to make a clarification because I think that there are rumors that are swirling around, and I'm not sure what the source of them are. But the board at this point has had zero discussions over the MCA program. To my knowledge, there are no plans to be cutting this. This is not on the agenda. And so what I'd like to invoke, because again, we talk about how we have a limit of 20 minutes actually for this entire item, I'd be willing to permit that we give 20 minutes to people that want to, if there are additional people that want to share about MCA, that's fine, but we need to limit it to 20 minutes. So I would say everybody that's on the MCA topic, if you wouldn't mind just going out into the lobby and identifying 7 people that would be your representatives. So again, right, we're following the protocol, okay? And Ms. Gutierrez, per the protocol, you should not be speaking out, please. Okay, so, all right, so you understand. All right. Okay, so for those that are on the MCA topic, because again, this is not a topic that we're even considering, if you would like to speak, please go out into the lobby and identify 7 people that are going to represent you. Okay. Okay, so again, we're going to follow so Ms. Gutierrez, I'm warning you at this point, okay? You are violating our protocol, okay? And so if you continue, I'm going to ask you to leave, okay? Okay, and Ms. Lopez, the same goes for you. All right, so please. Okay. Okay. So, Ms. Gutierrez, if you'd like to come forward and speak.
Good evening. Tonight I am reaching out to the NUSD staff. First, I want to thank you for all that you do. I want to thank you for helping our students get the education that they deserve, but with limited resources and with minimal support due to the lack of leadership. Also, thank you for sticking around for our kiddos in the midst of all this mess. Thank you from all the parents that I am working with. That being said, we are at a point where we need help from staff. Things will not be getting better with this board and this leadership. Keep in mind, public comment started and the new leader just left instead of being here to listen to us. Things will not be getting better, and this board needs with this leadership. As you see tonight, this board has decided to select Penny's friend as the new superintendent for the next year and a half. Penny De Leon left the district in a worse financial decision than when she came in, retired with a nice high pension, and now this board is allowing this to happen again with Penny's friend, Tracy Bakar. And to make matters worse, Bakar will have a higher salary and will almost be at $290,000 by July. This board made the mistake of hiring De Leon, and today they want to repeat the same mistake and add more money to it. Enough is enough. Staff have faced abuse, harassment, retaliation, and this cannot continue. However, if our staff does not come together and speak against it, my words and the words of the parents will not be enough to make this stop. Teachers, I know you cannot rely on your union president because she is in cahoots with the people leading this mess. But you guys can all come together without her and show that there is a lack of confidence in this board. Maria, thank you for speaking tonight. You have a strong voice, and everyone here knows that a raise for the superintendent means no money for some of the hardest working employees in this district. The contract being approved today may lock this district in a mess for another year and a half. But together we can show the community and this board our disagreement and lack of confidence in their actions. We have parents that are here to help, but we cannot fight this battle without you. Elections are around the corner, and we need a change of the board. And if you want to see a change, we all need to unite, we need to help each other, and we need to come together. Please reach out anytime, because we truly believe that Newark deserves the best. Then together, once we get rid of this bad mess, we will be able to bring the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez. Okay, so Monica Piedra.
Buenas noches. Ayer tomé mi tiempo para revisar el contrato de la superintendente interina que quieren aprobar hoy y me pregunto, ¿a quién representa esta mesa directiva? Basada a lo que vi, ustedes están representando a la señorita Bakar y no al distrito. Se le va a dar un aumento de $30,000. Se le garantiza ser la interina por un año y medio y luego se le regresa a su puesto. Luego, si algo no sale bien, solo se lo pueden sacar si se aprueba la terminación con 4 personas a favor de esa acción. Nada de esto se beneficia a los estudiantes o al distrito y no está bien que ese contrato se apruebe hoy. En otras ocasiones, este distrito ha pedido contratar superintendentes interinos sin salarios tan altos y con gusto que hacen su trabajo. Lo que esta comunidad y nuestros estudiantes ocupan es alguien que tenga el interés real de ver a nuestros estudiantes progresar y no nomás una persona que venga a quitarnos el poco dinero que le sobra al distrito y luego jubilarse con un alto salario como ya lo hicieron. Por favor, no aprueben este contrato. Gracias.
She brought her own translator because you guys don't have a translator tonight. So 3 more minutes, please. Good evening. Yesterday, I took the time to review the contract of the new interim superintendent, who you guys are going to approve today. And I asked myself, who is this board representing? Based on what I've seen on the contract, you guys are representing Ms. Vakar and not the district. You guys are going to give her a raise of $30,000, and you're going to guarantee that she's going to be the interim superintendent for a year and a half. And then she'll be able to nicely come back to her post. And if something doesn't go well, you will only be able to take her out of this position with a 4-1 supermajority vote. None of this benefits students in the dual school district, and it's not okay that this contract gets approved today. In other occasions, the district has contracted interim superintendents with lesser salaries, and they gladly did the work. This community and these students need somebody that has a real interest in our students and an interest in them in progressing, and not another person that is just going to come here to take more money from our district. Then, again, retire, and like the previous one had done. Please don't approve this contract.
Thank you, Ms. Piedra. Okay, Brianna Rodriguez.
Good afternoon. I am an alumni from the MCA program at NMHS. I have come here to tell you that the erasure of MCA would only harm the sizable portion of Newark students who are creatively driven. As a standard, NMHS curriculum simply cannot cater to their learning needs nearly as effectively. MCA is a program that works to nurture these students' interest in mass media, that would be film, mixed arts, etc., and to expose them to a vast range of possible career paths aligned with them, along with the tools to succeed in each one. No matter what it may be, MCA is a space where generations of students have and continue to be encouraged to open up their horizons and explore the arts and develop their talents, as well as cultivate important life skills such as collaboration, critical thinking, and self-confidence. By taking away this irreplaceable space from present and future NMHS students, you take away their opportunity to reach their fullest potential and flourish in careers that they are truly passionate about. In addition, MCA brings a sense of family and humility that could not be replaced either. To work with peers that have similar interests as it creates a close camaraderie among classmates and a safe space for anyone, not to mention the diverse and welcoming staff that work so hard to keep MCA whole and bring the best for students. A perfect experience that represents this is the Silent Film Project, where students collaborate together and create a story and go to Niles to film it. All students of the MCA class participate, sophomores, juniors, and seniors alike, working together to create a film that they are proud of. It is one of the biggest projects a student embarks on in their MCA high school career, and it always one to look back on from their growth throughout MCA. But it's not just about the academics. MCA is also about the bonds and relationships students form, which in modern times is hard to find when you are lost and on your own from that age. MCA is an amazing place to find yourself. Regardless of it being a small group of students, it only creates a more enriched and personal high school experience, as it promotes independence and leadership while preparing the students for the industry. As it is, the arts in the schools are severely underappreciated and suppressed. So to have MCA at NMHS is a breath of fresh air. So I urge you to put yourself in the shoes of students that will be missing out on their chance to enrich their creativity and set themselves up for success in the future. Thank you for your attention for this matter, and I trust that you'll make the right decision.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. And again, I just want to clarify that I'm not sure how this rumor got started that the board is looking into MCA and talking about cuts. The board has not had any discussions. We've not been briefed on this topic whatsoever. So again, I understand how people can be concerned, but this isn't an issue that we're looking at this point. Okay, moving on to the next speaker. So Margarita Gomez.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Margarita Gómez y tengo 3 estudiantes en este distrito. Esta noche vengo con una preocupación muy grande. Veo que esta noche quieren aprobar un contrato para nombrar a la señora Bacar como la superintendente interina, a la cual se le está pensando dar un aumento en el salario de $20,000 solo por aceptar la posición. y aparte se le quiere otorgar otros $10,000 más 3 meses después de haber aceptado el cargo. Todo esto sin razón y sin motivo. Realmente, como padres y como comunidad, no comprendemos cómo pueden otorgar un aumento de $30,000 a una sola persona mientras se realizan recortes en los programas y personal educativo, como es el caso de la directora de proyectos especiales y los maestros asignados a esos proyectos, como son el programa CIO, Matemáticas y Tecnología. El programa CIO está establecido en nuestras escuelas de título 1 y sabemos que hay un presupuesto específico para este programa, el cual beneficia directamente a nuestros estudiantes aprendices de inglés, pero también beneficia a los demás estudiantes. Si no continuamos con el programa CIO, ¿en qué van a utilizar ese presupuesto? No es justo que se siga gastando dinero mientras a nuestros estudiantes se les siguen recortando programas y recursos, ya que este año se reducirá el presupuesto en un 15% a nuestras escuelas, pero se le otorgará un aumento de $30,000 a una sola persona, no tomando en cuenta que existen otras prioridades como son la falta de directores en muchas escuelas. Este contrato solo va a perjudicar más al distrito y no es justo utilizar el dinero que no se tiene en aumentos exagerados de nóminas que solo perjudican y para nada benefician a nuestras escuelas. Por lo que les pedimos tomen en cuenta las necesidades de los estudiantes antes de tomar una decisión con respecto a este nuevo contrato. No estamos de acuerdo que se otorgue un aumento de $30,000 sabiendo todas las necesidades que existen en este distrito y sabiendo que nuestro distrito está cada día en decadencia y nuestros estudiantes están pagando las consecuencias de que ustedes no estén tomando buenas decisiones. Mesa directiva, realmente estamos muy preocupados por el futuro de nuestros estudiantes. Gracias.
Good evening, board members. My name is Margarita Gomez, and I have 3 students in the district. Tonight, I come with one worry, very big. I see that tonight you want to approve the contract to name Ms. Vacara as the new interim superintendent, in which you will be giving her a raise of $20,000 only for accepting the position, and then on top of that, she'll get an additional $10,000 3 months later after accepting the position, and without any motive or cause. Us as parents and the community, we can't understand how you can give somebody a $30,000 increase to just one person while you are making cuts to programs and the educational personnel. You have reduced the position of the Director of Special Projects and the TOSA teachers, and are reducing programs such as SEAL, Mathematics, and Technology. The program SEAL is established in our Title I schools, and we know that the budget for this program does not come out of the general budget, and it directly influences our students who are of English learners. And this program benefits our students who are English learners, as well as the general education. If we're not going to continue to keep the SEAL program, then what are we going to be using this budget for? It is not just that you continue to spend money while our students, while you are cutting the budgets from our students and the programs. This year you will be cutting, we have been told that next year you will be cutting the site funds by 15%, but you will be giving one person a $30,000 raise. Without taking into consideration other priorities like the different positions of the different directors at the sites and the principals at the sites. This contract will only hurt the district, and it is not just to be using this money that we don't have to be giving exaggerated raises to one individual and hurt the rest of the schools. This will not be benefiting the schools. And we ask as parents that you take into consideration the needs of the students before you take the decision to accept this contract. We're not in favor of you giving this contract and a raise of $30,000, knowing that there are additional necessities in this district, and knowing that our district is in a deficit. Our students are suffering the consequences of your guys' actions. We are very worried for the future of our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Okay, moving on to the next speaker, Jeff Anderson.
I would like to be able to speak in Spanish, so I'm not sure if I should start in Spanish and then repeat in English or vice versa. You got 3 minutes. Okay, I'll start in English and then I'd like to translate in Spanish. Good evening, y'all. I am amazed at how many times I've been in this room and community gave feedback and then the decision was made as if no feedback was given. And I worry that no matter how many times we stamp our feet, this will continue to happen. So what I would like to propose is that there are a lot more of us than there are of them, and democracy is about organization. There are 4 key constituent groups that I believe that you should be attendant to. This is called Parents and Community, CSEA, NTA, and NUMA. I cannot wait to invite members from each of those groups to attend an Organizing for Power workshop for me, led by UC Berkeley labor group. This is Jane McAlevy's power. This is the same power that threw Rahm Emanuel out of office. It's the same power that did Red for Ed and got Scott Walker out. One way to deal with democracy is to build really, really strong organizations. And I would love to welcome board members onto that. However, if that is not something that you want to do natively because you would like not to listen, no problem. What I would say in that moment is let's get 90% plus participation in those 4 groups. We got a November election coming up. I got my walking shoes on. I'm ready to canvass. I do not like political corruption in the form of paid for speeches or this paid for specifically flyers. And the good news is if we have 90% plus in our district, including staff, teachers, admin, and parents, there's no amount of money that can counter that. We are this district. So my statement is when power will not listen, when democracy shows up, then it's time for democracy to flex its muscle. And the way that we do that is we get organized and trained, and the way that we do that is attend training from people who do this for a living. I will be attending that training. I have just sent an email out to the head of NTA, the current head, and I think the future head, Sherry and Rachel. I think Rachel Bloom is her name. Maria Huffer, I did the same thing, and I think her name is Amanda Gallagher. I hope that each of those people will send that current invitation out to their group. Staff, if you're interested, I have my email in there. I will keep that information private. This is no business of admin and people who use threats. The whole point is for us to organize together, and I welcome that. I want 2 parents from every school side. I'd like at least 1 teacher from every school side. I'd like at least 1 CSEA member from each group. I'd like at least 1 principal and 1 members of NUMA as well as the leads. Let's go get to these trainings together, and let's work as a team to build real democracy. And yo quiero decir que dije...
So, Mr. Anderson, you're out of time.
I understand that, pero, so I would ask...
So, Mr. Anderson, right, you have 3 minutes, so thank you.
So is there a translator available?
Is
there a translator available for our Spanish speakers?
If you listen to our instructions, and they're also posted on the website.
This is like the 7th time I've been here
so, Mr. Anderson,
asking for...
I'm going to remind you that if you continue, I'm going to ask you to be removed. Okay, okay, so...
Ya tenemos muchos...
Okay, so Mr. Anderson, please exit the building. Okay, so we're going to adjourn right now. So Ms. Tracy, if you can please call the police. We, the board, are going to go back in. So we're going to exit. Okay,
I'm sorry, I have to speak up. Mr. President.
Yeah, point of order.
Mr. President, I think that is overreaction, and I think the board should speak up about whether we agree with doing this. Please,
So Member Thomas, I am in charge of running this meeting. These are the rules, okay? And these are the rules.
Point of order,
And
I just
so-
want to, point of order, I would like to
Excuse me.
remind President Hill that, yes, you made those norms, and we did not meet as a collective
So-
to agree on these norms for
so
public meeting.
These norms, madam, excuse me, these norms come from the California School Board Association. This is a direct translation from that.
Yes,
okay?
but we did not
And
adopt it as a
so-
board. Thank
yeah,
you.
Okay, so, I think that Mr. Anderson, you're seated.
Point of order.
Okay. And so,
Mr.
and so- and
President,
so-
point of
so-
order.
So,
Would you consider, please, a vote of the board about the action you are about to take that I would think you would want the board's approval of?
so there's no approval that's needed, okay? But at this point, Mr. Anderson is seated, and so I think that we can continue, okay? Okay.
May I make a comment? Regarding,
So Member Thomas, you can make a comment on this during board comments. So we've got a number of other items here that need to be discussed, okay? All right. So moving on, Miss Jackie Carrillo.
Good evening. Last Friday, the Kinder DLI classes performed a song about courage for the Schilling Unity Assembly. They worked for weeks to memorize the lyrics and did an incredible job. It was a friendly reminder that we are teaching our children that they don't have to wear capes to be courageous. Courage is inside all of us, and it's that little voice shouting, enough is enough. And enough is enough, Aiden. Courage is inside all of us, and it's shouting, enough, enough. Courage is choosing what's helpful, right, and kind. Even when it's hard or scary, you've got to speak your mind. We as parents can and need to implement these very powerful lessons. Thank you to the community members for showing up tonight. Parents, teachers, and staff that have had courage to attend meetings, make public comments, and get educated on the corruption just seen, greed that's destroying our district. Complaining about district issues at pickup or drop-off with other parents, or making a comment on a Facebook group is not going to yield results. We all get busy, we all have families, we all have meetings, extracurricular activities, but it's critical that we come together as a community and make attending district meetings a priority. The lack of transparency by this board has clearly demonstrated we cannot trust them and need to hold them accountable. We are in a deficit and entering a recession, yet the board wants to approve the interim superintendent contract tonight and increase Ms. Vaccar's current salary from $250,000 to $270,000. That's $270,000 a year, which is ridiculous already. We want to give her more money. Let's not forget the raise she'll receive July 1st, increasing her salary to $280,800. How is this ridiculous salary justified when all school sites are getting a 15% reduction in site funds? Critical programs like SEAL have been cut, and our campus monitors make $16 an hour. Ms. Vaccar wasn't capable of executing her CBO role without hiring 3 contractors at $200 an hour. Let's put her in an even more challenging role with no superintendent experience and pay her more. Board, are you guys serious? What are you guys doing? You are intentionally making decisions that are wrong and harmful for NUSD, and you know it. You guys know it. I'm disappointed in the board members that are choosing to be silent because they don't want to rock the boat. Tonight, I'd like to invite you to apply the lessons from our kindergartners and be courageous and speak up, even when it's hard or scary. Enough is enough.
Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Okay, Ms. Jenny Soares.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Soares, and I'm the office clerk at Kennedy Elementary. I am speaking on non-agenda items this evening because the fence around the Kennedy campus is not on the agenda for approval. At the last board meeting nearly a month ago, I requested an update be provided to the Kennedy community about where we were with this project. The only update that has come since that meeting is one sentence in an email stating The district is reviewing the contract to build and install the fence, and district leaders have told us that the fence is expected to be completed by September 2024. That's not a sufficient follow-up. How do we get from today to September when this has not been approved by the board? The timelines that were given last school year stated before any contractor bids would be awarded, the board would have to approve the project. Additionally, when I inquired internally about this in late January, I was told it would be at least 12 weeks to get the materials ordered. If that information is correct, have the materials been ordered? If they haven't and they require board approval, how will the project be completed by September? Who is overseeing this project, and when will this agenda item make its way for board approval? I understand that there are staffing issues at the district level, but let me repeat what I said at the last meeting. We are reminded on a daily basis of the many safety and security features a fence would provide our school site, and its importance cannot be overstated. Please provide our community with an honest update about where we actually are with this project and a transparent, realistic timeframe and steps for moving forward. Thank you.
So, thank you, Ms. Soares, and understand the urgency around this. And I don't have the details. I know that there's a lot of things that are being worked on. Ms. Vakar might have an update, but if not, we will make sure that we have a complete update on the next board meeting for you. And I don't know, Ms. Vakar, if you have anything at this point that we can share, or should we have a full update at the next meeting? Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. So moving on to next speaker, David Hernandez.
Good evening, Board. David Hernandez, Executive Director of the Newark Teachers Association. I stand before you this evening over grave concerns I have for this district. It's a district that has no direction. It's a ship headed towards an iceberg with no captain or a crew. You should be concerned. You don't have a soup. You have a CFO, which is about to change. You don't have an assistant superintendent of ed services. Your human resource department is a mess. You continue to have administrators missing at the school sites. You have teachers looking elsewhere because of the lack of stability. We haven't even started bargaining yet. You need a settled contract with your labor partners before the end of the school year to stop folks from jumping ship. Now I understand why your community is upset. They have no confidence in you. You have shattered their hopes. I understand why your employees are upset. There is no leadership. We need stability and action now, and I sense a strong coalition forming at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Okay, moving on to Isabella Anthony Everson.
Hi. So I'm here on to talk about the MCA topic that's been brought up, but I'd like to give my time to somebody else who we pointed out to speak.
Okay, great. Bring them on up.
Hi, my name is Shelby Ortiz. I teach social science at Newark Memorial High School. First thing, I just want to address the board's questions about the idea that we all got that MCA was being cut. So right before spring break, 2 administrators came into my classroom telling students to choose other classes. One student asked, is MCA being cut? And the response by one of the admin was, yes. That's what I wanted to address the rumor. So the students organized and they figured it out and they freaked out. The worst part was being left the day before spring break in my classroom with students who were under emotional distress and had a fire lit under their bellies. I have no idea if people on this board have ever dealt with students being in an emotional state before, right before break. It was very much the energy of telling someone they're laid off right before Christmas. The best way to say it. I had something else written. I'm just going to do half of what I originally planned. I understand that the reason why MCA is being offered is because of numbers. The thing is with MCA, it's not that students weren't signing up. It's that last year we were told we were only going to be given one sophomore section instead of 2 sophomore sections, right? And the small class numbers with our 2 sections, that's where it works. But if you have 30 kids in a class, and then part of MCA is you have the option to not take MCA your junior, senior year, of course that's gonna drop. When you're only given 1 sophomore section, right? For a very small number of kids to choose if they wanna continue with us through their junior and senior years. I also wanna say, as a New York alumni and a constituent, MCA has survived the cuts of 2008. The last time I spoke at this board was 16 years ago, begging you not to cut the music program. And I am back defending the arts again. One more thing in my last 40 seconds. The equipment that MCA uses is not owned by the school district. It is owned by the state. More than likely, that equipment will disappear with MCA, leaving VAPA with up a creek without a paddle. Thank you. I yield my time.
And you're Miss Ortiz, right? Okay. Okay, so again, I mean, I think that okay, so again, we have protocols, please. So Ms. Ortiz, thank you for the comments. Again, the board hasn't been briefed on these details, and so we're going to circle back and understand exactly what's going on, and we'll have an update in a future meeting. Okay. So, but again, this is not something that we, the board, are aware of, have discussed. So, but we'll get details and we will find out. So, thank you.
20 emotional kids around my desk. I understand that against the quorum, but I just wanted to say that. 20
Yes.
emotional kids.
And as a fellow teacher, I understand what it's like. So, I understand. Yeah. So, okay. So Miss Gutierrez, I'm not going to remind you again. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So moving forward to Angela Montez.
Hi, and thank you for listening. I am also a part of the MCA crew that's here. I am a parent of 2 graduates from the program. My son was first introduced to MCA because he has a learning disability, and he would not be able to attend the high school like a normal child. He sees the world in color. He sees the world in graphic arts. He memorizes things like movies, and within 30 seconds, he can tell you everything about it. But to put him in a math class would have been detrimental. He had a hardship with social anxieties and other things as that. When he was introduced to MCA, his world, it totally erupted, and he had friends. He had colleagues, he had communication, and he ended up succeeding in a high school where he would have drowned. Hearing about MCA possible demise filled me with dread for all those other kids that are in the same situation. MCA is not a class that you just sign up for. You are invited, you are accepted, and you are impressed with. One of the things I found out after graduating with the MCA students, going to college with my son, those classes also translate into engineering degrees, artistics, architects, Oscar Award winners, and other
highly trained individuals in our society that Silicon Valley is based upon. We cannot say we are part of the technology Silicon base if we cannot bring out all those people who can be creative. Without creativity, there would have been no iPhone, no web, and no computer. I would like to see this program continue, and I would like to see that the grant funding continue as well. If this is possible, please make it so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Montes. So next is, I'm not sure how you pronounce your name, Sana Baylor. Did I say it correctly? Did I say your name correctly?
Sana.
Sana.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello. Hi, my name is Sana, and I am a MCA alumni of class of 2020 at Newark Memorial. I wanted to talk about a few touching details about MCA and what it is known for. MCA is one of the only programs I found within high school that showed me that I am cared for, loved, and can be included in everything and anything. I met some of the most amazing people I've seen, and I've made some of the best work I've ever made. It's opened doors for me in college, which I still attend, even though it's not my first choice. I still have lots to learn, and I've met some amazing people, and it's opened lots of doors for me. It has showed me that I am capable of doing more than what I could ever ask for. MCA has showed me that along the way, you're gonna meet some amazing people, and you're also gonna make a lot of changes. It showed that I was capable of being able to make the work that I never thought I'd be able to make. I never thought I'd be able to edit videos or make lots of digital art and art pieces that I make for my students now. I also did not think that I would have these long-lasting friendships along the way or make some of these amazing things that I've ever seen. Like someone had brought up earlier, our Niles Film Festival, one of the most amazing team gathering exercises I've ever done in the 3 years that I was in MCA. It is one of the most memorable. There's lots of other things too that make it worthwhile, but the fact that you guys want to cancel MCA or at least stop the funding is incredibly scary to me. MCA is one of the only programs where I have been able to feel like my true self within high school. As we all know, high school is scary and it is a horrifying time. So being able to find MCA in my sophomore year of high school and all the way up to my senior year up until COVID, I'm able to say that I was gracious enough to meet some amazing teachers, amazing staff, and amazing friends along the way. MCA is one of those programs that is needed not just for me, but also for other students in the future that want to learn how to become an artist, who want to become a 3D animator, someone who wants to do lots of work, who wants to take their time to learn photography, and also learn how to produce their own music and other art skills. MCA is one of the programs that you don't get at other high schools. MCA is one of a kind and is one that you don't find a lot. It is mainly for what it's used. It is such an important program to have, and the fact that there's quote unquote rumors about it being canceled is disheartening. So the fact that this wants to somehow be taken away from students who need this, who have the idea and courage, who want to do this, is horrifying to me. I think students who want to do these things and pursue this as their career and their future and their livelihood, they should be able to do this for themselves. And they should also have the tools and the right funding to have that. These students deserve a chance. MCA opens doors for lots of people, myself included, right after high school, even though we had COVID. It showed me exactly where I needed to be and what I was capable of. So yeah, I conclude my time.
Thank you, Ms. Baylor. Okay, and going on to Jeanette Herrera.
I would like to say my name is Janelle Herrera.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, got it, thank you.
My name is Janelle Herrera, and I'm here to make a public comment on the removal of MCA at the beginning of next year. I am an MCA alumni, and I have graduated 2022. MCA is important today in our day of age because of the skills that we gain. Examples are creating logos, photography skills, Adobe, communication, film, being a leader,
editor, designer, and so much more. I have learned all of that through MCA. With how our society is moving in a media and technology-based world, having these skills will help these students gain confidence in their career and help them get a reason to graduate. This is something specifically MCA provides and no other classes in MCA high school teaches. I know because I went to Newark Memorial. Not only has it helped me, but I have two older brothers who it has helped as well. You are refusing free money for these students' education. They get a grant to support the program, examples are paying for field trips and materials for these MCA students. The cancellation of MCA was told to the current participants of MCA 3 weeks ago, students and teachers. This is giving little to no time to current participants, and this is unfair to the current students that are unable to finish their years in this program. You are ruining their choices of getting their full education in this program. They will be removed from a community and an environment that they enjoy and thrive in, and to a normal high school environment that they will not get the attention that they need from teachers. These MCA teachers have the ability to work with specific students and their needs, and they won't be able to get the education that they deserve because you can't force a child to work on an education that they don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. And again, as I mentioned, this is something that the board is not aware of, but ultimately the board has to ratify all decisions. And so nothing is final until the board ratifies. Thank you. Okay, moving on to Allison Ramos.
Hello, my name is, I am a senior in the MCA, and I wanted to say that I would not know, I truly don't know where I would be without MCA today. Before I joined, I loved art, but I had nowhere to learn all the things, all of my passions. And then I found MCA, and I found so many other people who are interested, so many wonderful students, teachers, and I've learned so much over these years. Please do not let me be part of the last graduating class of MCA. Thank you. And as well, we've done a lot of work. We made commercials for the school district to hire teachers, and you have posters here. My classmate Jennifer, she made this in class. We made so many posters for the school. We do recording. We do so many things. As I said, please don't let me be part of the last graduating class of MCA.
If you'd like to leave those with the board, we'd be interested in looking at them. But if that's your only copy, well.
Yeah, they're sitting right there on your desk, actually.
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Lupe Lopez.
Good evening, school board members. I am deeply concerned regarding the financial trajectory of our district has taken since the forced resignation of Dr. Triplett, which alone incurred a significant cost of $300,000. Following Dr. Triplett's departure, we paid $70,000 to search the firm to secure Superintendent De Leon, which came with a cost of $270,000. We engaged an interim superintendent, Millikan, which cost us unknown, but his performance warrants acknowledgement and should be again appointed as the interim superintendent. We then added Chief Business Officer Baker at a cost of $250,000, which the board now plans to appoint as the interim superintendent, which with a starting salary of $270,000, escalated to $280,000 within 3 months, an increase of 12% and without a superintendent experience. This begs the question, will similar considerations be extended to our hardworking teachers? The Administrative turnover denial brought to the district has led to the placement of 2 principals of administrative leave, resulting in interim replacements whose expenses remain undisclosed. The same holds true for numerous interim principals at the high school. Additionally, there have been several independent contractors hired without any oversight of adherence of the protocol. And from what I see, there is a lot of oversights because you claim that you haven't heard many issues. Contracts for individuals such as interim executive director of HR, Steve Burrell, interim director of fiscal services, Mary Stark, Rose Ann Lascano, Beth Figueroa, Denise Coleman. All of these contracts were brought to the Board of Approval until after the work had begun. And the contract for consultant legwork was not presented for approval until the contract required an extension. It is troubling to note that contracts for interim high school principal Patricia Ruby and BGP Jennifer Cronin have not yet undergone board approval, further underscoring the need for enhanced transparency and accountability. The board were hired to be custodians of our educational community, to uphold the highest standards of financial prudence and transparency. I urge the board to thoroughly review these expenditures, prioritize the interests of our students and staff, and ensure that future decisions reflect fiscal responsibility and accountability. Please think about the kids. Appoint Milligan as the interim superintendent. He has a proven record and cares. Again, let me emphasize, Bakar has no superintendent's experience. Also, I need to since when the board become a member of one and not as a whole body of members. I have never seen one board member making a decision.
Ms. Lopez, you're out of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to Montel, is it Rollins?
Hello, my name is Montel Rollins. I graduated in the class of 21. Truthfully, I wouldn't have made it out of Memorial without MCA. Starting high school, I was not a straight A student, and I honestly hated coming to school. The teachers of MCA were and are some of the kindest, most attentive people of the school. The way they engage, encourage, and support students is something the high school very greatly needs way more of. Cutting the program in no way has the students' best interests met. I really emphasize the need for the continuation of the MCA program at the high school. In the high school, it shows you what it's like and prepares you to work in real-world jobs and careers. MCA opened the door to an entire world that Newark Memorial would be a much better place with more of. The potential opportunities and the passion that grow from the program are immeasurable. From the latest tech and software to hands-on experience in production to networking to just genuine communication and collaboration. Newark Memorial will be doing an immense disservice to not only themselves, but way more importantly, the students by discontinuing MCA. In conclusion, every student deserves the chance and opportunity to be great. Now I just ask, would cutting MCA aid in that, or would it honestly finish off the sadly dying spirit of Newark Memorial? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rollins. So Gabrielle Morales. Oh, it's Gabriel. It's Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel.
Sorry.
Gabriel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Gabriel.
okay. Okay, hold on, I'm not ready yet. Okay, I'm ready. Okay, hi everyone, my name is Gabriel Morales. I've been a guest teacher here for Newark Unified for the past 2 years. I've had the privilege of working at every single school. I was a long-term sub at Newark Memorial High School for 1.5 years, almost 2 years, and this year I've been a long-term sub at Schilling Elementary. Truth be told, I wasn't planning on speaking tonight because I was not very comfortable bringing it up, but with so little time left in the school year, with so little meetings left, and I believed now's the time, better now than never, because it's eating at me, what I want to address. Okay, so I'm here today because there's certain things that happened at the beginning of the school year that have caused me to be confused and heartbroken, and I want to address all of it today. So in August of 2023, I was hired to be a long-term guest teacher for 2 biology classes and 3 anatomy classes. Unfortunately, the first day I saw a complete lack of materials, and because of that, that prevented me from teaching and doing truthfully anything meaningful with the students. The assigned textbooks were over 20 years old. These books were published way before these kids were even born. I was only 4 years old when they were published. The lab equipment I was expected to work with was expired 10 years ago. The greenhouse connected to my classroom had broken glass and had no thermal regulation, and it was unbelievably hot, just to name a few things. I addressed this with, not sure if this person is involved currently, because obviously I don't work at the high school anymore. I spoke with who was the science department chair at the time, and nothing happened. On the first day of school, I was told by the department chair to my face that there was no curriculum for neither biology nor anatomy, and that I was on my own to make it up. I asked to use department funds to purchase curriculum on Teachers Pay Teachers. These curriculums addressed the new NGSS standards, and it was shot down. I was expected to create my own content, essentially to turn nothing into something. So on the first day of school, instead of doing all of that, I decided to have fun with my students, which in retrospect, I recognize isn't the most professional thing, so I apologize for that. Instead of answering the PBIS questions, we played Mario Kart instead. But I will say in my defense, the PBIS presentation was supposed to foster personal relationships with the students, which time and time again, each time it has been implemented, it has failed to do so. I accomplished more than what the PBIS sets to accomplish in 2 weeks within the first day of school. The next day after that, students asked me, there's a lot to talk about. I'm sorry, I'm out of time anyway. Where am I going with this? So students were asking me what we're going to learn about because my background is media production and not science. So in the name of transparency, I told them to advocate for better resources for themselves and to tell their parents what I was told because they deserve better. And this cost me my position at the high school. The next day, I was confronted by someone within administration about my actions at the, after school. And without giving me a chance to defend myself, I was told that I was going to be reprimanded, I was going to be written up. And then I was also told that the school board voted to not rehire me for the next school year, which means essentially, don't know if it's true or not, this year is my last year working for Newark Unified. So there's a lot I want to say, but above all else, I just want to ask for clarification for the school board. I want to ask what actions, if at all, are being taken in regards to my employment here. And I also want to ask, where was I? I also want to ask if it is true that they reconsidered their decision of letting me go, because even though I'm standing here complaining right now, I am grateful to be here, and I have a lot to love about this place. I grew up here. I was a student here at Newark Unified. I graduated from Newark Memorial, class of 2015, and now I'm back working here.
Okay, so yeah, Mr. Morales, you're out of time.
Okay,
but thank you. And thank you for coming forward. And you've raised some issues that I think are important, and we're going to make sure that somebody gets back to you with some answers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now we're going on to 9.2, public comment on agenda items. And we have 9.2, so topic listening tours. So Ms. Gutierrez, do you want to speak now or would you like to wait until the agenda item comes up? No. Okay.
So this board is discussing going on listening tours, which truly is a joke. You can't even listen to the community when we come to speak to you here. What are we supposed to expect in this tour? The parents come here with grievances, they come here with concerns, the students come here with really important issues that you are just trying to silence. And to appease who? Yourself, your own ego? Because the board here is the one that decides. The majority of the board is the ones that decide, not one individual. And at this point, I think it's important that the board actually speak up because you guys do have a voice and it's not Aiden's. So process is that this board follows your guys' policy. You guys have not approved those. He came, he changed it. Previous times, the board discusses your own governance handbook, which he at this point is failing to follow. because your own governance handbook says you will not be responding. He stands up right there and says his protocols is that he will not respond, yet he still does. So we want to discuss ed code. Sorry, my daughter is calling me because this board meeting is taking too long. And you are taking time by speaking, by the way, when you do so. So we want to talk about ed code. Ed code 48985. Consequently, a language group at each school site that is over 15% mandates that all written notices to parents and guardian and all other communication be translated. Today, this board has failed at following Ed Code 48985.
So, Ms.
No, I'm
Gutierrez,
still talking because this is part of the listening. No, I am still talking. I have 3 minutes. No, I am talking. This is my time. I am talking. This is my time. As I was saying, no, you guys have point of order. Gutierrez to continue and finish. This is part of the fact that you guys don't listen. This is part of the fact that this board doesn't listen. I have 45 minutes to talk. This item is about the listening prayer, and I came here to say that this board does not listen. You are interrupting me. You are violating my First Amendment right to speak at a public setting. You are violating my right. So go ahead and do it so I can sue you. Go ahead and do it so I can sue this district for you violating my rights. She speaks on item listening to our update. No. So just so that the community can hear, this President Aiden Hill has just told Ms. Vakar to call the cops. His mic is not on, but I'm telling the community, he has called and insisted that the cops be called.
No, my mic
You are violating my First Amendment right to speak at a public setting.
Because you are not
You
speaking
are interrupting my time. I started
You are not
speaking.
speaking
I
on
was
the
speaking.
agenda
Thank you,
item.
my time is up.
This is, okay, thank you. Okay. So,
Sorry, Member Hill, President Hill. As a board member sitting up here tonight, I am truly, I'm lost for words and quite frankly disgusted at the behavior of my fellow board members and myself. And I do have to include myself in this board, even though I've spent many times, many months, speaking up against certain items and standing ground and really listening, trying to listen to everybody. And I'm really disappointed in you, President Hill. She is speaking on agenda item 12.1, and you didn't allow her to finish. And my biggest problem is that, you dislike the fact that I jump in and disrupt you occasionally, but there's a reason why I disrupt you. I don't do it because it's out of malice or because I think that, I'm better than you or anything like that. I do it because I want to stand up and support what's right.
and thank you, Member Wen, for acknowledging or sharing your comments. But again, I would refer you to Board Bylaw 9323 and Government Code 54957.95 regarding the role of the president in making sure that we have an orderly meeting.
Yes, I understand the role of the board president, but I also understand that there is misuse of authority, so therefore...
Madam, don't you think you're interrupting me right now?
Yes, for a good reason, because you're misusing your authority.
Okay. So I think it's time to move on to the next agenda item. Okay, so let's move on to 10.1 MVROP presentation.
Good evening, Board. It's my pleasure this evening to introduce our ROP, Mr. Tom Hansen, our Superintendent of the Mission Valley ROP. He's going to provide us with a program update and a presentation. I'm so excited to have him here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's a tough crowd tonight. Actually, Mr. Hansen, if you just wait just a moment, let's give everybody a chance just to kind of exit. They're leaving, so.
The Mission Valley RP data isn't nearly as controversial as what most districts face in the spring.
That will be a welcome change.
Yes.
Okay. You okay?
No, it's at home. Do it at home.
9:45.
Ms. Vakar, President Hill, Board, Student Member Lee, we're not taking it personal that most of the audience has left the room.
They do that with me for the budget presentations too.
Yes.
I don't know what it is.
I understand.
I can clear a room pretty fast.
We're here.
I'd like to introduce Dr. Cliff Adams-Hart. He's the Director of Educational Services at Mission Valley ROP. My name's Tom Hansen. I'm the Superintendent of Mission Valley ROP. We are a 3-district program servicing Newark, New Haven, and Fremont. And we work in high schools, delivering services locally to Newark Memorial, as we do to Logan and high schools in Fremont, and 3 continuation schools in each district. We are a revenue, kind of a hub of services. So career technical education is what we do. We really only do that. So we provide resources that in many cases in districts everywhere it's not as easy in many cases to provide technical ed, in particular in an arrangement like we have in these 3 districts with a center that offers some unique opportunities as well as some more common opportunities at school sites. So just with that introduction, I'd like to first talk just for a second about our mission statement. Our mission statement is about technical ed and career in college. We provide relevant career technical education by preparing students for employment and college through industry standard tools, training, and experiences. We work in over 10 industry sectors, and they're here for us to kind of browse at. Advanced manufacturing is our newest sector, adding a welding program, arts, media, entertainment, building and construction, education, child development, finance, business. We have these courses between the center at Stevenson and Blakeow and Fremont and at Memorial. How do we deliver these services? Well, you'll see in budget reviews that there is a single line item of what we call a pass-through. It's what we called before LCFF was born over a dozen years ago, about a dozen years ago, where our 3 member districts contribute a dollar amount to our general fund, and then we turn back around and deliver services to your students. Now, since that's happened, there's been some changes in the state. The state has continued to offer significant grant funding to technical ed programs like ours. We apply for those funds on behalf of the 3 districts and then turn around and distribute those funds in the same percentages that you provide the pass-through. So about 30% actually of our annual budget at this point, maybe even a little bit more, is coming from specific target and general technical ed incentive grant funds, and it's a significant amount of money. So that's kind of stood as some relief to our district partners. And we've been able to do some targeted, instructional things that are frankly unusual and very positive. Our student body, our students are your students. 65% of who we work with are from Fremont Unified, 20% from New Haven, from Logan and Conley, and 15% from Memorial and Bridgepoint. This funding chart here is really only interesting because 11 years ago there was no light turquoise extra 30% in state dollars. That has grown. It's continued to grow. So it's just an interesting and real financial reality for us. I'm going to invite Dr. Adams-Hart to step to the podium and talk to you a little bit about the results of programming, certification, student hours, credits earned, articulation, and maybe some dual enrollment. This is Dr. Adams-Hart. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing us to be here. Just want to let you know that we love Newark Memorial. We love your students. We love having them at our center. We love having our teachers on your campus. It's been a great thing. We just have some data points that just kind of run with you. And if you have any questions as I go through this or afterwards, just feel free to raise your hand. We have currently, and this fluctuates just because of students coming and going, but there's about 604 Newark Memorial students in our programs. About 100 of them or so actually attend at the center. It makes it easy. It's just a quick bus ride right over the freeway. They're there. Mr. Hansen mentioned our welding program, which last year had about 19 students in it. I'm happy to report that this year it's grown to 3 full sections, in which 23 of them are Newark students. So they're taking advantage of learning that advanced manufacturing welding, which is in high demand right now. Our programs are driven by industry connections. Each one of our career pathways is guided by an advisory committee. And these are important, not only state mandated, but they're important to keep our industry teachers who come from industry, but keep them in place as far as what they need to know, as far as the curriculum, what's happening in the industry, so our students can be better prepared. Some of those, I used to teach medicine, not technology. So it's just going nuts on me. Yes, take over, would you? That would be great. Thank you.
So that's where you were.
Just one more. So there'll be, there you go. So our advisory committees, our groups, are very important to us. They meet with our instructors on at least an annual basis. They provide classroom guest speakers. They provide site visits. They also provide internships and employment opportunities. They participate in our advisory meetings and in helping develop curriculum, and their feedback is important to us as we keep notes, take minutes, and allows our instructors to provide information to administration about what our advisories recommend as far as textbooks, equipment, standards that are happening as the industry evolves. One of the great things about which we have is that we offer our students certifications, both as a completion, as they complete so many hours in a class, either ROP or on the home site. They get a certificate of completion. They look forward to it. On the back of the certificate lists all their skill sets that they've learned. They can take that certificate and they can present that to an employer. And local employers recognize that. We also offer industry-level certifications like food safe handlers, CPR, OSHA. We are now, with our welding program, he is now certifying welders coming out of that program with these industry certifications so they can go on to further their career goals. When you look at this slide, you'll see something that's really great. You have over 6,113 internship hours completed by Newark Memorial High School students, as well as completed of 48 internships by students at clinical sites and other sites. That's something to be proud of. Thank you. Next one. About 85% of our curriculum is either A to G approved or have articulation college status. So 258, this is from last year, 258 college credits were earned by Newark Memorial High School students. We have 51 A to G courses, 475 students completed an A to G course. So that's both at the center, and most of the coursework we have on your campus is also A to G approved. So these are all numbers and stats that we're pretty excited about, and they continually increase as enrollment goes up as well. One of the things that's a more recent development, I wish I had more details to give you, but we recently partnered with your administration and your school site at Newark Memorial to apply for what we call the PSGG, or the Golden State GPSS Pathway Grant. And we were able to meet with high school administrators and district administrators, also with grant writers, which we helped fund, to be able to apply for this grant for the up-and-coming computer science pathway at Newark Memorial High School. This grant is for $500,000 over 4 years, providing $125,000. We're excited about it. We were hoping to have news that we could tell you today, but we know we're working with CDE. And so with CDE, they gave us, we're going to have April 9th is when we're going to let everybody know who's funded, but we're working on April 16th, and we still have not heard. And I put in an email almost every day to our advisor and say, what have you heard, what have you heard? So I was hoping to be able to have some great news, but not yet, but it's coming. We're hopeful, we're excited, we feel like the grant proposal that was put forth was spot on. It was very well written, very well done, great input and information from teachers and staff at Newark Memorial High School. So we're very excited to see the outcome of this. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Any questions?
Questions from the board?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I really look forward to MVROP's presentation every year, and to see that the number of students participating increase is something that resonates and is so important for us to be able to continue the program, and then the continuation of additional CTE credits for our students. I know that a lot of trade certifications are so important to our young students, them understanding that not everybody needs to have a college pathway, but for them to be able to get an industry cert and right out of high school start can start with their career and building it and moving forward in life is amazing. So I want to just thank you both for the work that you do at Mission Valley ROP, and for continuously encouraging our students and pushing them along. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to say how proud I am to be on the MVROP board and to attend meetings and to get presentations about what you're doing. I'm so impressed with the grant writing you've done, the millions of dollars of CTIG grants that you've brought in. That takes pressure off of our districts in terms of pass-through money. So we've kind of been at a stalemate in passing through dollars because of the extra dollars you've been able to attract. And so I think, we have to look at that as a real boon to the district, because otherwise we probably would have been adding increases every year, like we have for our staff and like we have for all of our other programs. But you have brought in money that has increased the programs. I mean, like the programs I've witnessed in going through, you know, they're amazing. That welding program, the automotive program. I'm sure there's other programs, you know, like medical that I didn't have a chance to look at, but truly impressive. The numbers speak for themselves, and the work that you and the staff have done is just remarkable. Thank you for what you do for Newark Unified.
Thank you.
Member Lee?
Yeah, I just also wanted to add on the thank yous. Every time I know all my peers, every time I listen to them talk about ROP, it's always positive things. I don't think I've ever heard a negative thing about ROP. And so, yeah, just thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other, Member Jones?
I'm just going to say thank you for the program as well. My son went through the construction certification, and he really got a lot out of it. I was glad he got the skills, because as a single mom, I couldn't do that for him in the way that the program did. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And I'd just like to echo, I'm sorry.
Sure, go ahead.
I'd just like to echo my fellow board members and the student board member too. The MVROP program is fabulous. It really does provide a lot of our students who have different career paths in mind, a different avenue to explore something different for their futures. And I think that's so critical that we think about all of the students across the board, and the opportunities that this program offers them is key, and it's critical, and it's important, and I'm very glad that we have this relationship.
Thank you.
And gentlemen, I'd also like to thank you, and I think that the audience missed out. This is the best part so far. But seriously, I actually teach over in the Fremont Union High School District, and I'm in the CTE area. I teach business. I'm in the business pathway, and we have a good CTE program. But we don't have a lot in terms of advanced manufacturing, and we actually need to build that out, and would love to actually reach out to you and maybe learn a little bit more about what you're doing and how we could bring that over to our district. So,
Be happy to do that.
Sounds like what you're doing is very exciting. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Just one last comment. I'm really excited to hear about whether or not the award will be granted. Because we were able to, see, we got a taste of what the CS Computer Science CTE was or looked like in model over at Irvington. And thank you, Superintendent Hanson, for allowing us to really experience that. So thank you so much.
Positive thoughts, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
I will just add that the professional approach from the Newark staff, Mr. Goldsmith, Scott Jorgens, Heather Decker was instrumental in helping put this writing together. Leonore Ribachura was our lead, essentially. We contributed to structural things. We write proposals like this that are all CTE. They're all pathway, they're all technical ed, 1, 2, 3 type academic ladders. The Golden State pathway is not a CTE grant. So it's a great idea to have technical ed people that write laddered pathway proposals assist with something like this. So for teachers at Memorial to have an interest, a desire, a drive, and a professionalism that would help them put together a great proposal, but I'll be shocked if Memorial and the district isn't awarded the implementation award, which is what we all wanted. It's similar to Perkins funds. It doesn't pay for everything. It keeps it alive and spurs interest and keeps teachers in the saddle, energized and driving what kids want and what they need. So I would love to see these teachers come and get the recognition they deserve, along with the district staff that helped put this proposal together when we hear good news. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
If I could just make a comment in closing. So, some of you, I think, already know that, working in CT has been a big piece of my career time. And so I'm super excited about the work that gets done by the ROP, excited about partnering with future opportunities. The Golden Pathways Grant, I look for it on a regular basis in my email to see if we got the award. And it just really is great to be able to partner with our ROP and to make this happen for our students. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving on to 11.1, public hearing on developer fee increase, and we have a speaker. Ms. Parks, would you like to speak first, or would you like to speak after? Okay.
Good evening. I know you've heard me speak many, many times on developer fee justification, but this time I'd actually like to address the study itself. As detailed, and the reason I want to is because you're paying your hard-earned money for this document, and I think that it needs to be valid. As detailed in the background information, this proposal aims to increase the maximum developer fees per square foot that Newark Unified can collect for construction projects within Newark. The justification study by Schoolworks, which supports this agenda item, projects significant enrollment increases based on new developments. However, there is a noticeable discrepancy between these projections and the actual enrollment figures. For instance, Schoolworks in 2017 report forecast an enrollment increase of 512 students over 5 years, anticipating a total of 6,510 students. Yet 5 years later, in 2022, our enrollment had actually declined to 5,072 students, a shortfall of 1,438 students from the projections. Similarly, their 2020 report predicted an increase of 754 students within 5 years, expecting an enrollment of 6,441. But 4 years into this period, by 2024, the actual enrollment has further declined to 4,830, marking a difference of 1,611 students from the forecast. Clearly, this report does not accurately represent student population. What you might think is that it would indicate a potential capture rate. However, if that were true, then approximately 33% of the students living within the Newark Unified School District boundaries are choosing to attend schools in other districts. That percentage is not represented in the students seeking interdistrict transfers. Given these points, I recommend I recommend a thorough review of the data and projections used by Schoolwork. And I produced a chart. I went back through all the 4 and garnered all of their projections of building versus the students. And I think it's important. You're paying money for this, and I understand that this is almost like rudimentary to up these fees, but you're still paying for a document that needs to have accurate information. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Okay, so do I need to read out the hearing notice? Or
Yeah, so you have to open you have to open and close the public
You have to
hearing.
open and close the close.
Okay.
So I think you opened
Hearing.
it. Mrs. Parks spoke, I believe.
Okay, so we're opening a public hearing on developer fee increases.
Thank you.
And
Before you tonight is some information on the justification as to why we are increasing the developer fees based on the case study. I most definitely appreciate the work that has been done by Ms. Parks and the analysis over the past years, and so I look forward to having a future conversation with you on this particular topic. It's relevant to the work that we're doing in looking at not only developer fees, but also looking at the feasibility of future trends and looking at that data along with our CalPADS data. I think it would be important to go off and do some comparisons there, and I think I recognize that, so I appreciate the work.
okay, and so if there aren't any other comments, I close the hearing, right?
You may.
Okay. Closing the public hearing on developer fee increases. Okay. So 11.2, public hearing on CSA initial proposal for NUSD reopeners for the 24-25 school year. Opening the public hearing. And Ms. Vicardi, you want to add anything here?
I believe I'd like to call up CSEA to see if they'd like to be able to speak on their initial proposal for the reopener. Ms. Huffer? Hello.
Again, and this is kind of new to me. Yeah, so we actually have, our chapter had a meeting a couple of weeks ago, and we all voted and to approve and move forward with our sunshine for the reopeners for the 24-25 for Article 9, which is paying allowances, Article 10 with the health and welfare, and
12.4.
and Article 12, thank you, for bereavement, just so that our language aligns with the new state laws under bereavement for mothers with, I guess you want to call it like stillbirths. So we want to make sure that we acknowledge that make sure that language is part of our contract. So we're looking forward to negotiating with you guys. I know this is kind of tough right now, but we're looking forward to meeting and getting some dates on the books so that we can start looking at that. Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huffer. No, I was just saying thank you.
Oh,
Okay, so there's nothing further.
At this time, staff's not ready to present their openers for sunshine.
Okay, great. All right, so closing the public hearing on CSEA initial proposal to NUSD for reopeners for the 24-25 school year. Okay, 12.1, listening to our update. Okay, so I was the one that had requested that we bring this back. So in a prior meeting, we had agreed that we wanted to go on a listening tour update. I think the challenge that we face right now is that we're running out of time in terms of the school year. And so I'd like to make a proposal that we divide up schools that we would go out and reach out to. And I think that the protocol is we can't really have more than 2 board members per school so that we don't violate the Brown Act. But I would like to volunteer, if people don't have an issue with it, I'd like to volunteer that student member Lee and I go and handle the high school and then also Lincoln, unless there's any objections. But regardless of who picks what I'd like to suggest is that we ask Ms. Vicar's help to talk to the principals to get it aligned with the parent-teacher meetings, association meetings. That's probably the easiest way to do it. But there's not a lot of time, so we need to kind of get it on the agenda quickly. And so regardless of who picks what, I think we need to have Ms. Vicar reach out and help us coordinate that. But open it up to the board to see how they feel about how we'd like to approach this. Number 1?
I would like to join Board Member Lee and also Member Hill on their listening tours, just because it will not be in violation of a 3 board member rule, considering that our student board member is peripheral. So I would like to join, in addition to my own meetings with Member Jones.
Okay, and is there a reason why?
No, I just want to go to as many as I can, and also I think that Member Lee, as a student board member, should not be present by herself with an individual board member.
So I think that's a good idea.
Whoa. So student members shouldn't be present with another board member?
Alone. So if 2 board members, that'll be like 2 adults there.
Okay.
Two board members are allowed, along with the student board member, without violating the Brown Act. It's a point I hear you say.
Okay. Okay.
And then how are we pairing up? Have we talked about that?
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
we did.
Okay. Did you have a preference? I'm available a lot more than you are probably because I don't work every day. So, you know, let's work it out. Ms. Carr, could you work it out with us?
Do you want
They join, they do their meetings together.
So that would be one.
Uh-huh,
Birch Grove would be one.
okay.
And
Um,
did you have a
middle school,
preference for
I'd
middle
like to do
school?
the middle
In the-
school.
Okay.
Okay, so I heard the BGPs in the Newark Middle School for Ms. Plancarte and Ms. Thomas. And let me just go back, was the high school and it was Lincoln? Or was the high school in Kennedy?
High school in Lincoln.
High school in Lincoln, okay.
I have a question.
Kennedy and Schilling.
Do you have a reason for Lincoln by any chance?
CHE.
What's that?
I can walk there.
And then I've got members, Nguyen and Jones.
Kennedy and let's see, it's Kennedy, CHE, and Schilling.
We could add Bridgepoint, the two of us could add Bridgepoint, be happy to. So we would do Bridgepoint, the middle school, and
The BGPs.
BG.
They do one PTC
Yeah.
meeting between the two schools,
Okay.
PTA meeting between the two schools.
And the remaining is Schilling, Kennedy, and, am I missing one? Schilling, Kennedy? CG, thank you.
Student member, you have a question?
Yes, I have a question. How will we be deciding the dates and times for these?
I'm gonna reach out to the principals and double check the PTAs, I think.
Yeah,
what
I mean, I think
heard.
we're trying to line it up with the PTA meetings.
Will I be like informed through email, or are we gonna know
Yes.
about it at the next board meeting?
Email or phone call.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Board Member Lee, I know you've got a lot of things coming up, if it only fits within your schedule, of course. We know that you've got school. But we appreciate your time.
I'm happy to be here.
I'd also like to maybe just make one recommendation, since we do have Board Member Lee helping with the high school in particular. I think it would be great if you found a time to be able to listen to the students. And maybe Board Member Lee and I could work on arranging that for
Maybe-
time.
Yeah, I think pause time would also be a good time. Actually, teachers would not be able to come.
So I'm a teacher, so I can't go
Yeah, I
during the
know, but
day.
I think there'll be other opportunities with the students. I think we can find a student ASB time that we could somehow get feedback.
Ms. Canales is active in the PTSA for the high school. So if she puts it out there and asks students to come to the PTSA,
I'll talk with her.
and I know that a lot of our students have joined PTSA.
Perfect.
I can always go during the day too.
Thank you. In addition to these dates, we also are working on a set of dates for upcoming activities that will be happening for the end of the school year. We'll be getting that out to you.
It would be great to get a calendar, because I know there's a lot that are, it could almost be a nightly thing.
Yeah.
So we have to kind of,
Staff is
be
working on that.
strategic, because it is, otherwise it's every night.
We'll be getting that out to you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's 9:30, and given that we potentially have a number of items that are still on the agenda, I'd like to get a motion to extend the meeting till 12, just to be on the safe side.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting till 12.
I'll second it.
Okay, roll call, please.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Thomas?
So you got to start with the student member.
Yes. It's okay.
Student
Board
member.
member. Oh, I'm sorry. Student member Joy?
Yay!
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Nay, I think 10:30 is doable, guys.
Yes. Member Plancante?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Okay, so moving on to the next item. I'm sorry, go ahead.
May I request a 5-minute
Bathroom break?
bio break?
Sure, let's take a break. We're going to move on to item 12.2, policy update bylaw 9150, student board members. And I believe, Ms. Fakar, unless you have something to kick it off, I believe that this is an item that Member Jones is coordinating along with Member Thomas.
It is. I will turn it over to them and thank them for their time.
Okay. So for this one, if you open the document, you'll see that we, or I did, added a new color-coded key at the top for a board member recommendation because we have staff recommendation along with the CBA, NUSD that matches, the new CBA that's not an NUSD, what's been struck, staff recommendation, and so since there are board member recommendations, I added another color and put this in. I have handed out the new part, which if you're looking at the document online, it goes to the bottom of the CSBA section. Last meeting, Member Nguyen, and I apologize on here, I hit the wrong letter, and misspelled your name, but. Phonetically correct. Well, good, because phonetics was my savior. So I have included what Member Nguyen had recommended, and which is in the red there. And at that same time, she struck everything below that. Looking at that and thinking about it, I am coming back with an additional recommendation. And so it incorporates, Board and Ms. Fakar, it's color-coded, and I will explain it. The darker red in the first paragraph coming from Member Nguyen's suggestions, I took those and input them into the CSBA paragraph to say that, the points were really valid that Member Nguyen was recommending, and so I tried to find a way to put it in there because there is kind of ed code associated with this, and so I didn't feel comfortable eliminating that whole first paragraph, which is, it reads currently, if the board determines that the student board member's duties are not being fulfilled, the board may appoint another student to serve out the term of student board member. If an alternate student board member is appointed, the board shall suspend the prior student board member's rights and privileges related to service on the board. And what Member Nguyen was saying, wanted to add in, was if for any reason the selected board member is not able to fulfill the duties of a student board member and resigns, an alternate student board member will be selected by the members of the student body to serve as an alternate for the remaining term. And I think that's really valid and really important that that member is voted on and selected by the ASB membership itself. So I really appreciated that input, but wanted to be able to put it in. So when you're looking at, on your paper, the paragraph that has black and kind of maroon and then more of a rosy, dusty rose color, the darker comes straight out of Member Nguyen's suggestions into the CSBA. But I altered it a little bit because I feel it's important that if there is, say there's a month between the time that the student board member has resigned and a new one is appointed, I felt that we needed to say that the access to the role would be closed off until a new one is appointed. So in that lag time, that there wouldn't be this open this open spot of, and I'm not quite sure exactly how to phrase it, but ability to be able to get into anything that's board related during that time after they've resigned. So I did add that in there. And so that's with the strikeout and then the new rose color at the bottom. And then I'm not sure what the process is, and Member Lee, you may be able to better help me with this, and I was kind of doing it usually late at night and didn't want to call and bother you, so I apologize for that. But I thought about, I don't know what the nomination process is at the high school. And so I wrote something as a proposal here that I really do and would like to have your input on, or if you feel that Ms. Canales is the person to talk to about this. But my proposal is that, and this is what I wrote as a nomination process, any student interested in running for student's board member shall submit a statement to the ASB president and cabinet, not knowing if it's called the cabinet or not, outlining why they want to run for the position and how they will inform the student body of the information they've learned at each school board meeting. Upon acceptance, all candidates will participate in an election to be conducted by the student body. The elected candidate must receive at least 10% of the total student body's population. And that is in CSBA language, the 10%. So that's where I pulled that 10% from. So I am very happy to get input from you, from any of the board members, and then to have Ms. Canales also, if that's the person on campus that should look at it. So that's my proposal.
May I speak up or just?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. So in looking at this, maybe something else that maybe Member Lee and I could also take a look at with Ms. Canales. I would want to go back and review what the responsibilities of their executive board is of ASB. They may have the right to go off and appoint within their bylaws, having been in charge of an ASB before.
Yes.
They may already have some charter language that allows for them.
Exactly, and I didn't know, so I thought, well, I'm just going to throw this out here. If you want to throw it out, that's fine.
Because it can be very difficult to pull together an entire election later on into the school year that's across the entire body.
Understand.
Sometimes it's their executive board that they might make that appointment. So I think we just need to make sure that we check out, perhaps for a second.
Absolutely. That's like I said, I didn't know
That
what
would just be a
the
recommendation.
process was, and so I just was kind of throwing this out here.
Yeah.
But I think from the standpoint of, in the beginning, that the nomination process should be, when if it's happening in the spring for next year, I think it's probably happening somewhere around now.
It already happened.
It already happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to be here next year too.
Oh, okay.
So, are there other questions or comments about this?
Yeah, so I would bring it back and just confirm with Ms. Canales, because there is a ASB process.
I'm sure there is. I just don't,
Yeah, and so, but I appreciate the additional language that you had gone through and included, because those are valid, so thank you.
Yeah.
Okay,
One more thing.
go ahead.
The other thing that I want to just note for the public is that the elimination of the student board member position had been struck, and it doesn't need to be struck, and it is CSB language, so I was bringing that back as well.
Okay. I agree.
Go ahead, Member Lee. Go ahead.
I would like to thank you for all the work you've done. And yeah, so for the nomination process proposal, yeah, I would definitely like to have it read with Ms. Canales. But from what I see so far, some of it, most of it, is very similar to the processes that ASB already conducts. And then I also had a question in the beginning, it says the part where you put in, if the board shall suspend prior student board privilege, members' rights and privileges related to service on the board, does that mean student reports would also be, there would be no more student reports if the seat is empty, or would the ASB president be able to come and give those reports?
Well, yeah, we can invite the ASB president if there was a period of time of a month or something, then of course I would say, at least in my opinion, I would say, sure, the ASB president could come and, and speak to give a presentation. But that person would not have access to the board stuff. And I would be interested in just knowing what the process is, like if, when you run, like what was the process that was used? I don't know if we have time to do that tonight, but just if you can give me a 2-minute or 1 minute?
But hold on. I mean, so this is the concern that I have. So my first concern is, why do we think we're smarter than CSBA? So CSBA works with hundreds of districts. They've been working with them over scores of years. They have best practices built into all of their policies. And I think that we have to have a really good reason for why we're deviating from some CSBA language. And it can't just be, well, it's because this is the way we've always done it, or so-and-so likes this. There needs to be some type of logical reason. So my first question is why are we deviating from CSBA language? But the second issue that I have and the concern, and I don't think that we're going to be able to address this because I would actually like to see the documents, is I have concerns around whether this is a democratic process. So it seems to me that the way that it works currently is that people who are running for this position are appointed by administrators. Okay, so there are no prerequisites right now for anybody putting their name into the hat and running for the ASB or for the student board member position. Is that what you're telling me? That anybody can go and apply and can get on the ballot to run?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, is that documented somewhere?
What do you mean by document?
So there should be a process or a protocol that explains that.
Yeah, there is a process and protocol in the ASB bylaws that states how a position has nomination process. So that's why my recommendation is for us to go back and speak to Ms. Canales, because she has that documentation, and then to confirm it. But also, the reason why I'm asking for the elimination of the student member position be stricken, even though it's part of CSBA, and I don't disagree that, that may be best practice, but for me, I don't see that it's necessarily something that the board should have power over. I mean, the elimination of the student board member, because the board, the student board member position shall continue to exist until the board by majority vote, all voting board members approve a motion to eliminate the position. I mean, to me, that's giving too much authority over, why have an election process to nominate a student if we're trying to silence student voice. So for me, that's basically what that context of language is saying, is that at any given time, if we don't like what our student body board member appointed person is stating, we can vote to eliminate with the majority of the vote on the board. And to me, that's not okay. I think that it is very important to have our students be able to have a voice, and that power and ability for the election should be in the hands of our students. So that's why I'm not agreeing with the CSB language there.
So, but I guess I have to ask the question is, I'm sure that CSBA has talked about this issue at length. And I'm sure that they've probably thought through this and they've tested it in a variety of districts.
Yeah.
And so that's my concern. But then hold on, excuse me, I'm not finished yet. But the other concern that I have, and again, it's very important for me, is because the language, and again, Member Jones, thank you for the yeoman effort in putting this together, right? But I really want to feel comfortable, because I would agree with you, Member Wen, that it needs to be a truly democratic process. Right now, anybody in the district, so long as they are, above 18 and they are, you know, a resident of Newark. I don't even know if you have to be a registered voter. You can run to be on the school board. And I think that every single student should have that ability, and there shouldn't be anybody that, I mean, because you have language here.
There's no one being appointed.
Hold on. There's language here that says upon acceptance, right? And so what I want to know is the acceptance merely, okay, I'm a student in good standing? So I want to make sure that literally anybody that wants to run should be able to run. Yeah. And for me, right, so documents are very important protocols, right? So I want to see that language.
Yeah, so thank you so much for your concern. This is not the actual protocol. I just wanted to put that out there. This is a proposal, and so this is not what is actually happening in ASB. And after we vote on this one, I think all the board members are agreeing to go back with Ms. Canales, who actually has the documents, and then we can look over it.
Right, but
Yeah.
right. And what I'm saying is that we can't vote on it until we understand the process. So I would like for us to see the ASB documented process, and that should help us make an informed decision on this. Go ahead, Member Thomas.
Regarding the elimination of the student board member position, I think it's important for us to maybe get a legal opinion from CSBA regarding who has the right to require a student board member. So is it the right of the students to say, we want a student board member? Or is it the right of the board to say, we want a student board member, and by corollary, we don't want a student board member? There's no thought that this district will ever eliminate the position of the student board member. But we need to make sure that it's not up to the students to say, yes, you will have a student board member. And this gets at the heart of it, because if the board is responsible for saying, yes, we will have a student board member, they should have the responsibility to say, no, we won't. And that means that paragraph should stay. That's my thought.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Member Thomas. I think it would be good to have CSBA give us some input on this topic. Other thoughts?
I think we can vote on it.
It's not It's not something that we will vote on tonight. Tonight is just discussion.
I have a question. Are we voting? We're not voting on.
We're not voting on any of it.
Okay.
Not on any of it. It's all just discussion. If you, I think it. Oh, it does say action discussion. Okay, that was.
Well, it could be an action.
It could have been action.
But
we can vote to not.
I think we are leaning toward that this is the second reading and we need a third reading.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so I think, Ms. Fakar, we want to bring this back. Okay, great. So moving on to new business 13.1, verbal summary of the financial terms of the interim superintendent employment agreement. So I'd like to just make a quick preface. So for the vast numbers of the public that are here, but for those people that are watching on YouTube. So the contract that was put on the agenda for this evening, in closed session, the board has had a discussion about that and has made modifications. And there's a copy of the new contract sitting here in the boardroom, and we will post it on the website as well. And we board members have comments. So we've made adjustments. I'm going to read out the basically the terms. But before that, I'd like to just give a little bit of additional information so the public understands kind of a little bit more about Ms. Fakar. So per the agenda item this evening, I would like to provide a little additional information regarding Ms. Fakar and why the board is considering her for appointment as our interim superintendent for the 23-24 and 24-25 school years. Ms. Fakar has spent over 36 years in public education, most recently as Assistant Superintendent of Business Services at Glendora Unified School District. prior to joining NUSD as Deputy Superintendent in the fall of 2023. In addition to business experience, Ms. Vacar has earned her Bachelor of Science from Southern Illinois University and her master's degree in educational leadership from Cal State University, San Bernardino. She holds both a California teaching credential as well as a K-12 administrative services credential. Ms. Vacar brings a strong background not only in budget and finance, but also in instructional design. She served as the Executive Director of College Careers and Economic Development while in Fontana Unified, where she was responsible for developing curriculum, STEAM programming, and CTE. Her work in the K-14 pathway development and partnerships has helped students to earn certifications for their ground school pilot's license, welding, certified nursing, EMT, Cisco certifications, and many other career certifications. She strongly advocates for students to be prepared for college and career so that they can continue their paths to success. Since joining our district, Ms. Vacar, with very limited staff, successfully pulled together our first interim budget for the 24-25 school year, as well as our most recent second interim budget, which has received positive certification. As Superintendent De Leon was forced to depart our district for medical reasons, Ms. Vacar has further rolled up her sleeves for the past 6 weeks, taking on the acting superintendent role in what has become a very challenging environment. While continuing her CBO duties, Ms. Vacar has helped us to manage our district restructuring process while continuing to spearhead our efforts to bring in experienced personnel who can support our turnaround efforts. She is also leveraging her extensive public finance experience to help us fast-track a school bond initiative for the 2024 ballot so that NUSD can address our aging facilities issues and so that students and teachers can have safe, quality classrooms. Through her leadership and tireless work ethic, Ms. Vacar is showing all of us what it means to be a high performer. I personally believe she's exactly what NUSD needs right now to help take us to the next level. And so with that, I'd like to read out the statement of the interim superintendent's employment agreement. So summary of financial terms of interim superintendent employment agreement. Okay, so number one, the district will consider approving an employment agreement for Tracy Vacar effective April 16th, 2024 to serve as the interim superintendent of the school district for the remainder of the 2023-2024 school year and continue through June 30th, 2025. A summary of the financial terms are as follows. Number one, the initial salary of the interim superintendent's employment, her base salary will be $270,000 prorated for the remainder of the 2023-2024 school year. The interim superintendent will be eligible to participate in the health insurance benefits and life insurance plan that are provided to other certificated and classified management employees of the district. The interim superintendent will receive the same sick leave benefits as provided to other certificated and classified management employees. I'm reading the wrong one. I'm sorry. I read the wrong. Okay, we're still good. The interim superintendent will receive the same sick leave, stipends, and other benefits as provided to other certificated and classified management employees. The interim superintendent may work up to 10 additional days for each year beyond the 224-day work year and receive her per diem rate for those days with the approval of the board. Okay. And I'm sorry, one last one. For the 2024-2025 school year, the interim superintendent's salary shall be increased by the same cost of living increase that is granted to other certificated and classified management employees of the district. Okay, so that's the verbal summary. Moving on to 13.2 contract interim superintendent. And so, again, the thing that's posted out on board docs right now needs to be updated, but we have a revised copy that our legal counsel has revised based on our input, and that's before us, and also there's copies here in the room. And if the board would like to look through it quickly, or if there are questions or issues that people would like to discuss, we can open it up for discussion.
Did you get one? Yeah, I got two.
President Hill.
Yes.
I would like to request that you state the changes to the contract that was posted.
This is ad lib, so it might not be exactly perfect, but I will summarize what I believe are the changes, and if I'm mistaken, somebody can feel free to correct me.
Or would you like me to do it?
Why don't I do it, and
Okay.
then you can tell me. Okay, so initially, I believe it was in section 2.2 around salary, we had an initial base salary of 270, and then that was going to increase by 4% to 280,000. But and the reason for that was there was an understanding or that this was the same as what was in the prior superintendent's contract. Upon further review, it looks like that is not the case. And so we've eliminated that 4% increase. We've kept it at 270, but we've said that if other certificated management gets a raise, that the interim superintendent would get the same raise. So that was change one. And then, let's see here. The other key change, I believe, was that initially it was stating that if the superintendent needed to work extra days, that they could first that they could get approval, I think, for like up to 10 days or something like that from the president. And by the way, this was not something I put in the contract. This was actually in the prior superintendent's contract. It just got carried over. But I think that we discussed that this wasn't, that this really should be a board decision, not a president decision, which I completely agree with. And our viewpoint was that that we should have ample time to see if there's going to be a need to work extra days, and we will have the time as a board to discuss and approve those things. So I believe that those were the two key changes. Am I missing changes? Go ahead.
Also, on page 6 of the original documentation, item number 11, revision to previous position, we had that removed.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Do you want to explain further?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. So currently, the superintendent began her career here as the chief business officer, and she's actually serving in both roles right now, hopefully to change. But there was a mistake in the contract that stated that if at some point she stopped being the interim superintendent, that she would have the ability to revert back to having the CBO role. And we talked with Ms. Vakar about that, and it looks like there was a mistake in the contract because that was not her intention at all, because her feeling, and I think our feeling, is that we don't want to have this continued revolving door of interim people, and so she's interested in trying to hire a full-time CBO and doesn't want to have to go bump that person later, so we removed that part. So thank you, Member Wen, for calling that out.
Thank you, President Hill.
And did I summarize that correctly?
Yes, you did an excellent job. That's the only compliment that I'm going to give you tonight.
Wow. Well, just wait. The night is long.
Just teasing you.
There was a change that I had suggested, and the board did not disagree with it, and that was to insert the word employee under B. The board shall refer all employee complaints and concerns about employees made to the individual members of the board or the board as, let me see.
It's on the first page. It's on the very last paragraph B, the last sentence. It's missing employee.
So all
Under personnel matters.
All employee complaints.
All employee complaints.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So we missed that one. Okay. So are there any other things that we are missing, or we want to discuss?
Wait a minute. I think he just changed. He got it in there, but he put concerns about employees and that's the same thing. So he got the change in there.
Okay. Okay? Yes.
Are we voting on this one tonight, or are we
Correct,
going to bring
yes.
it back for a new?
No, we're voting this evening.
Is that okay, even though we don't have it like for like the public to view, or?
Yes, according to the protocol, if you make changes to a contract and you make them available in the boardroom, which is what we've done, you can vote on a changed contract.
And that contract will be attached to the board
Docs.
Agenda.
board library.
Correct,
Yeah, so it'll be hopefully soon.
correct.
So that the public can see it.
And then also, sorry, one more clarifying question. So Ms. Vicar's role will be changed from CBO to superintendent?
No,
I mean,
interim.
an interim superintendent?
Yeah, so we're voting to make her the interim superintendent.
So she will not be doing any more CBO?
Correct.
Okay, good.
She will be hiring for that position.
In the meantime, she may be doing some work for it, though.
Like she is for other departments.
Right, but it's my understanding that we're close to having somebody be able to fill in and help in that area, so, and we should have more news shortly. Okay, so any other questions, clarifications? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve interim superintendent agreement?
I'll make a motion to accept the updated contract that is now available.
And I'll second it.
So, Ms. Euster, can we do a roll call vote, please? And student member doesn't vote on this.
Right, that's correct. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
No.
Member Plicante?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. And, Member One, would you like to provide
Yes.
additional detail?
Yes. Trace, Ms. Vicar, while I appreciate, value, and thank you endlessly for stepping in and supporting our staff and doing the necessary work needed to keep the district running, I so appreciate you the last 6 weeks. I cannot, in good conscience, vote to approve this interim superintendent contract because I do not agree with the current salary because of the current financial state of the district, which is still very unclear. We don't even know what we need to cut in order to balance the budget. And secondly, I do not agree on the supermajority vote of 4 board members to issue early termination notice. We are a 5-member board. In it, it only took 3 votes last time to oust Dr. Triplett. And then lastly, I'm unclear as to whether, Ms. Vicar, if you have the necessary administrative credentials to be interim superintendent, but that's just because there hasn't been clarification, so I just wanted to say that. That is not a knock on you personally. I hope you know that the state of the district's financial situation is what's, concerning me. And if it wasn't for any of those reasons, I would definitely have voted yes. So know that I do have confidence in what you've been doing and that I appreciate it very, very much.
May I just respond to the administrative credential? I do hold the proper administrative credentials. They can also be waived in the event that you ever hire a superintendent that does not have it. The county has the authority to be able to waive that. So should you bring up a CBO that does not have it, or should you hire somebody from the private sector that does not have it, the county superintendent has the authority to be able to waive that based on a petition by the board.
Thank you so much for the clarification. It's very much appreciated.
You're welcome.
And my understanding is the key credential that you need is the administrative services credential for K through 12, which you have.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, so congratulations. And And thank you for taking on the challenge, Ms. Fakar, and we will do everything we can to support you. And we're going to make our district great. So, and you're going to be our Bill Walsh. I know you hate those analogies, but I'm going to say it anyway. Okay. Okay. So, moving on to 13.3, Resolution 232430, Child Abuse Prevention Month. And so, do I need to read this out, or do we just approve it? Okay, so then let's read it out. And then we'll just kind of rotate. So I will read the first part. So declaring support of the National Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2024. Oh, well, I guess we got to make a motion first.
I move that we approve the MOU.
Okay.
I mean, the resolution, sorry.
I'll second.
Okay, all right, and so can we do a vote for this?
I'm sorry, who's second?
So it was Member Plancarte.
Thank you.
And member,
No joy.
Member Lee can vote.
Okay.
Yes.
Student Lee?
Yes.
Member Thomas?
Yes.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes, all right, it's unanimous. So declaring support of the National Child Abuse Prevention Month, April 2024, on motion of Member Thomas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And seconded by Member Plancarte, the following resolution is adopted, and I'll read the first one. Whereas child safety is of the utmost importance, and Member Lee, would you like to continue the second one?
Whereas child abuse and neglect is an important societal concern that may affect the long-term health and well-being of not only the children, but also the adults they become.
Whereas safe, stable, and nurturing relationships and communities can break the cycle of abuse and maltreatment, and
Whereas child abuse prevention requires a coordinated and comprehensive response by all systems supporting children, youth, and families. For example, schools, law enforcement, health systems, faith-based organizations, and community programs. And
Whereas everyone has a stake in ensuring that children have access to resources and supports they need to be safe, healthy, and successful. And
Whereas suspected child abuse or neglect must immediately be reported to appropriate law enforcement authorities. And
Therefore, we have identified child safety and family services to be a priority, and hereby declare April as Child Abuse Prevention Month, passed and adopted by the Governing Board of the New York Unified District this 16th day of April 2024 by the following vote, and so it was a unanimous vote of Member Lee, Member Thomas, Member Nguyen, Member Plancarte, Member Jones, and Member Hill. Okay. And passed. Okay, so let's move on to the next one, which is resolution. So this is for developer fees. Are there any further questions or discussion that people want to have on this topic? Go ahead, Member Thomas.
I would like to ask Ms. Beckar if she has any concerns regarding Ms. Park's notification or description of the anomalies between this and the demographic reports we've been getting, or this and what's happened in the projections of previous reports.
I think even you have shared on several different occasions about the capture rates and whether or not we're really getting all the information in capture rates. And I don't know that the census data necessarily helps with all that. I think what they look at is the developments that are moving in, the approximate ages of children, and then we are not getting all the children obviously coming in. We also have a number of charter schools here in the area. There was some interesting data that was shared today by the county office looking at charter schools and the number of students that are leaving our schools. And some of the data that was shared this evening somewhat aligns to that. So I think there's more to it. I do think that SchoolWorks meets the requirements of what the law requires us to do to go out and be able to go take a look at that as to whether or not there are developments that are happening and whether or not there is an interest. What we don't know is when those children might ever return to our schools. And so I think that's the other piece that we have to take a look at as far as a district goes, because those students all did come here and they weren't going to the charter schools. would have a significant impact on our schools, and we would want to be able to use those developer fees to ensure that we're covering for the children.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions?
I think just my thought too is something around, school works, and is there another organization that we could look at that could possibly provide us with more accurate information?
I can look into that. I know it's one of the companies that's used, but I think there's a couple other companies, so we can look at that for the future. And it might be good for us to maybe just do a comparison out there.
Okay, so if, hold on a second here. And this is not something we read out because, man, this is long. So I think that
you can suspend, just read with the title.
Right, so, hold on a second.
And resolution number.
All right, so the recommendation is the Board of Education adopt resolution 2023.2024 XX, is that right? Dot 31, approving an increase to developer fees on the new residential and commercial industrial construction. So can I get a motion?
I move that we approve the developer fee increase.
I'll second.
Okay, so Member Thomas moves, Member Jones second. So can we do a roll call vote, please?
Student member Lee? Did she vote?
I don't think you can.
Okay.
Can she vote?
Yeah.
She can vote on this resolution.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Member Thomas?
Yes.
Board member Nguyen?
Yes.
Board member Plancarte?
Yes.
Board member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 13.5, Contract Jones Hall, November 2024, Bond Legal Services. So Interim Superintendent Vicar.
Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this particular item. Jones Hall is a legal services that the district has had for a number of years in regards to its school bonds. They provide a full in-depth analysis to ensure that we follow the letter of the law when it comes down to bonds. It's a very specialized piece of legal fees that goes along with it. They will be reviewing if the board chooses to put a bond item on the ballot. They will be taking a look at the actual overall item that goes on the ballot to ensure that it meets all the legal requirements that need to be met to ensure that we have notified the public properly of all the nuances within the language of the bond.
Member Nguyen.
Just one quick question. Is it possible for us to approve this contract after the survey's gone out?
No, actually it's not, because they actually take a look at it to ensure that when the survey is going out, that language is actually embedded within the survey and that it meets the requirements of what we have to share.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So it's a great question. Thank you for asking.
Other questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Member Jones motions, Member Thomas seconds. Ms. Schickster, can we do a roll call vote?
Member Thomas? Board member Thomas?
Board member Lee first.
Yeah.
Lee can
Yes.
vote on this
Yes.
as well? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's only on personnel items that the board member,
Oh, thank you for
student board
clarifying
member
that.
doesn't vote.
Okay. Student member Lee?
Yes.
Board member Thomas?
Yes.
Board member Nguyen?
Yes.
Board member Plancarte?
Yes.
Board member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. So moving on to 13.6, proposal Clifford Moss LLC, Superintendent Vicar.
Yes. This item is a really important item, and it goes along with the work that we have to do to be able to communicate with our community with regards to a bond proposal, and to ensure that we are getting information out that will have a great impact. I want to thank two of our board members who served on the subcommittee to be able to look at the various companies that were there. They interviewed them. So I want to thank board member Nguyen, and I want to thank board member Plancarte for their time in making this selection. They are making the recommendation to hire Clifford Moss Bonnie Moss, has been very successful in passing bonds and be able to work with school districts to be able to get out the messaging in advance, in particular, to make sure that the community understands the facts that go along with the bond and how the bond would be supported within the school community. Recommendation is to support this proposal.
Questions from the board?
Sorry, initially, I know that when we went through the selection process and that the fee was $40,000, that's indicated here, cost of the proposal, but I just wanted to ask why and put it out there for the community that the budget was for $100,000, and then I noticed that it was for communication.
40,000.
No, on the agenda, where dollar amount is, it says $100,000. But the proposal says 40,000, and then underneath it is for peripherals like communication, mailers, or et cetera. Do you anticipate that it's going to be $60,000 worth of that?
I don't think from us it will be. I do think it's possible that once we do our portion, it'll probably be more around that $40,000 range. But then I think after the board makes a decision and there's other work that gets done, that piece then gets passed on to a bond committee to be able to work on other kinds of mailers that are really towards the bond itself. Our time right now really is about communications and getting out information with regards to what our community needs to know about the bond and our facilities.
Okay. So I just want to make it clear that there is some wiggle room that is put into the budget, even though it's indicating it roughly 40,000 plus approved business expenses.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second. Oh, sorry.
Member Jones approves. Member Nguyen seconds? No. Okay. Member Thomas? Okay. Okay, so can we get a roll call vote, please?
Student Member Lee?
Yes.
Dorothy? Nancy, Board Member Thomas?
Yes.
I'm tired. So, Board Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Board Member Plincante?
Yes.
Board Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries. Moving
We'll
on.
also be bringing Ms. Moss back for a presentation to the board in the future to be able to talk with the community.
Great. Okay, moving on to 13.7, Board of Education Property and Land Use Management Ad Hoc Committee. So this was a request that came from Member Thomas. Do you want to kick it off, Superintendent Vacar, or do we want to have Member Thomas provide direction on this?
Member Thomas can provide information on this particular piece.
Yes.
I think similar to the bond subcommittee, that an ad hoc committee to work with the staff in looking at the scope of any proposals that we send out to engage experts in helping us decide what to do with our property and land use management, I think is prudent. I would like to be on that committee. That's why I brought it up. I would like to see another board member join me, and I'd like to see if the board would approve this ad hoc subcommittee, which would only exist until, I think, until the proposal is developed that goes out to seek help in this area.
Okay, are there questions about this proposal? Okay, I'd also like to volunteer on this since I don't have as many committees that I'm serving on these days, so unless there's somebody that has a burning desire.
Okay.
Okay.
This is for action, so I would like to make a motion that myself and Member Hill be an ad hoc committee to work with staff on developing the proposal for property and land use management study.
You have a question, or you're second?
Could I join like 2 meetings or like a couple of meetings? I just want to learn more about it, like how this works.
It'll probably be an open, meeting, right?
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Well, no, not, an ad hoc
Oh.
committee is not open, and it's
Okay.
just, it has to be members of the board, and it can't be more than 2. Is the student member able to join us?
I think it probably depends on the time that we would actually be doing some of these meetings, because a lot of the people that we'd be meeting with would normally be during business hours. So it's something that we'd have to go back and make sure that we have ample time in the evening if we're having presentations coming in.
So-
Much like what we did with member Wynn and Plancarte, when we were looking at, just making sure I can find a time to be able to do these presentations.
So if we approve this tonight, is it possible to have a study session so that our student board member understands what this ad hoc committee is serving for, what the purpose of it is,
Yeah.
what land use is?
Ultimately, we would need to have a study session to be able to bring this back. I think there's a couple steps that have to happen first, and I think we need to outline what that plan is. And so I'm excited about that. I've already got some ideas as to some timelines, things that we need to do, and looking at our properties that are currently available, and just identifying like what all needs to happen. We also need to look at perhaps maybe relocating our district office so that this land is fully available. Those will be some decisions that we all have to sit there and make together and collectively. But I think part of looking at our land use management not only includes vacant property, but I think it also includes our current property and also how it could be structured to help support the community that might be paying fees and for a fee review also throughout this ad hoc committee as well. I think this ad hoc committee is very important to what we're doing and the work that we're doing. I think it's timely, and I'm really glad that we have a 2-member team that would be willing to do this. And Board Member Lee, I think there'll be plenty of times for you to be able to intersect with this and have conversations.
Cool, thank you. I just want to learn, yeah.
Okay, so can we get, so Member Thomas' motion, we need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, can we do roll call vote, please?
Student Member Joy?
Yes.
Board Member Thomas?
Yes.
Board Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Board Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Board Member Jones?
Yes.
And President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries.
I'm sorry, can you just tell me who made the motion in a second? I apologize.
Nancy and Jones.
Thank you.
Thomas and Jones.
Okay, so moving on to section 14, consent agenda personnel items. Does anybody want to pull any items here? Member Nguyen?
Yes, I'd like to pull item 14.2.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve 14.3 personnel report?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Member Jones moves.
I'll second.
Member Plancarte seconds. Okay, and can we get a roll call vote?
Board Member Thomas?
No,
Yes.
Since we gotta do, or no, I guess we
No.
gotta do, yeah, it's personnel, go ahead.
Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes, motion carries. Okay, so 14.2, right, that's what you're, so 14.2, go ahead, Member Nguyen.
I just have a clarification question in regards to the salary schedule. I noticed that the Deputy Superintendent of Business Services / CBO is on a step and column versus the other executive cabinet positions where it is just basically, I'm making the assumption that it's a salary range.
It's interesting. So I'm not sure why it was done that way, other than when the contract was originally presented to me as the CBO. What I can share with you is that I was told that it was on a step 4 that was to be placed at based on my experience. So I really can't speak that there wasn't history that all the other ones didn't have various steps. I would say that since they're contract positions, and I'm not so sure that I don't know why that one is called out differently than all the rest of them, other than that's something new that happened this year. Maybe that's the best way to say it, because usually when you do a contract and you have an advertised price, which we've, like with our other 2 assistant soups that we're currently advertising for, we've advertised for a certain dollar amount. And if I recall, the one that was advertised for the deputy superintendent, I believe it had a range that was on it. So I just assumed they all had ranges until I got here and found out that one was called out differently. I don't know the history.
Okay, I was just going to say that there was history of those jobs having a salary range, and it was changed. And so I guess it's, sometimes things get changed.
Yeah, I mean, the prior CBO didn't have a range. I don't know why this particular one had a range.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
That's okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, can I get a motion to approve item 14.2, salary schedule, contracted executive cabinet?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Member Jones moves, Member Thomas seconds.
Board Member Thomas?
Yes.
Board Member Nguyen?
I'm going to vote no just because I would like to see consistency in the salary range. So no.
Member Plancarte? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes. Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
So I share Member Wen's feeling that you're having these dangling things. So I will vote yes, but maybe we have it fixed later. So I vote yes.
I think it needs to be fixed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay, so moving on to agenda section 15, consent agenda, non-personnel items. Does anybody want to pull any items?
Can I pull board policy 15.29?
15.29? Okay. Okay. So pulling 15.29. Any other items? So can I get a motion to approve items 15.2 through 15.28 and 15.30?
I'm sorry, say that again, 15 point.
So 15.2 through 15.28 and 15.30? So can I get a motion?
No, can I pull one more?
Okay. Okay.
I'd like to pull 15.9 just for making sure that the school names are correct.
Okay, also pulling 15.9. Any other items people want to pull? Okay, so can I get a motion to approve 15.2 through 15.8, and then 15.10 through 15.28, and then 15.30? And you can say just what he said.
I'll make a motion to say just what he said.
Can I just repeat it back? Though?
Sure, go ahead.
You're approving items 15.2 through 15.8, 15.10 through 15.28, and 15.30.
Correct.
Got it. Motion by?
Motion by
Member Jones. I'll second it.
And it looks like we've had, it's Ms. Schuster, I believe.
Yes, she did.
Okay.
That's why I'm checking.
All right. So, okay, so are you going to do the roll call vote?
Sure, I'd be happy to do that. Board Member Lee?
Yes.
Board Member Thomas?
Yes.
Board Member Nguyen?
Yes.
Board Member Plancarte?
Yes.
Board Member Jones?
Yes.
Board Member Hill, or President Hill?
Yes. Okay, motion carries.
6
Okay.
ayes.
All right, so 15.9, and that's Member Jones.
In the Think Together contract, In the Think Together contract, it mentions school, I believe it says the junior high, and the other one is Graham instead of Coyote Hills.
You like to amend that as?
So we just need to amend to correct the current school names.
I shared that with staff today. Thank you.
Thank you.
So can we get a motion to amend the school names per member Jones's instructions?
I'll make the motion to amend the school names in the Think Together contract.
I'll second.
Okay. Then when you're ready, we can do the roll call vote.
I'm ready. Board Member Lee.
Yes.
Board Member Thomas.
Yes.
Board Member Nguyen.
Yes.
Board Member Plancarte.
Yes.
Board Member Jones.
Yes.
President Hill.
Yes.
Motion carries with 6 ayes, no nays. No one was absent.
Okay. Now we're going to pull 15.29, so Member Wen. Or I'm sorry, Member Lee. Member Lee.
15.29.
Yeah. I wanted to suggest just getting rid of this portion on page 4. It says, students shall be permitted to wear tribal regalia or recognized objects of religious or cultural significance as an adornment to the customary ceremonial attire as long as the adornment does not cause substantial disruption of or material interference with the graduation ceremony. Students who desire to wear such adornment shall seek permission from superintendent or designee at least 14 days before the graduation ceremony.
Can you tell us what page you're on?
Page 4.
Okay.
Page 4, it's the third paragraph.
May I ask why you're asking to strike this?
Yes. So the reason for this is because the wording is unnecessarily restrictive and also potentially discriminatory. Reasons for this being, it's a time of celebration and also like graduation is a time of celebration, and these people should be able to celebrate their cultures, things that got them to the place that they're at to be able to graduate, and having certain ceremony attire deemed as distracting is it discourages acceptance of diversity and inclusivity, and it's also really subject to cultural biases. If, like, let's say we allow one culture's thing, but we don't allow another culture because it's distracting. Subjective, yeah, it's very subjective. And then also having to ask the superintendent at least 14 days before is a very overbearing request for something that is protected by our First Amendment, freedom of religion, freedom of expression. And so those are my reasons. And also I checked out Fremont District's graduation policy on this, and they don't have it included in their policy.
Just as a shared point of order on your comment, I know we have recently received some additional language with this. I don't know if it came from CSBA, but I was reading a piece on this, and I do believe that Student Board Member Lee is on point with what she's saying. And so I think this is a piece that perhaps we should go back and review, and it would be my recommendation that you pull those items so I can just go back and just double check that particular section.
Okay.
But what I would also say, right, is that the language as I read it says, okay, students shall be permitted. It's just the issue is that, they need to check with the superintendent. And I think that the challenge that we face here is that right now people can come up with some broad definitions of what a religion is or a variety of things. And I think you'd be surprised sometimes at how somebody might establish that they have, if let's just take an example. If you had white supremacists say that they've established a religious order, would we allow them to wear regalia that broadcast those sentiments, right? And they could argue and say, well, we've established that we're a religious order. And so I think that what this is saying is that it's broad in terms of saying in general we will permit, but we just want to make that the superintendent takes a check. But, I mean, if we want to open the gates, I'm just saying be careful, be careful what you wish for.
It says, and I agree with having the superintendent going back and doing another check over it. But to your comment before, it says the superintendent or designee may require graduating students to wear ceremony attire so that the superintendent can go back and ask them if it is discriminatory in any way. They can go back and ask them oh, can you please stick to the ceremony attire? But then also, we also have our dress code, so we have the dress code enforcing what you just mentioned, so I don't think it's a problem.
Okay, I mean,
I tend to agree with the student board member that we just strike the part that says you have to get permission for 14 days in advance of the ceremony. I don't know that that's necessary. But otherwise, it's an ed code that allows this,
So do we want
requires it.
Do we want to have the superintendent go and get additional details on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll pull this item, and she'll look at it and come back with some commentary. Okay, so I think that we're finished with consent agenda and non-personnel items. So now, number 16, Board of Education Committee reports, announcements, requests, debrief, and discussion. So, Student Member Lee.
Okay, I wanted to ask for a football field update, how the football field is coming along. Because I know we had a study session about it, but maybe not everybody was able to watch the study session. So if we could have a simplified version of what's going to happen with our football field. And then also going back to our the child abuse resolution that we had approved today, it was talking about how important it is to have a community, a space to be able to share your feelings and just have a supportive community in general. And I wanted to bring it back to MCA, who does really provide this community on our campus, and to those students who especially need it more than anything. Today we heard about someone's son who has trouble, who sees the world in colors, and without MCA, it wouldn't have been possible for him to maybe get the same amount of opportunities that he did through MCA. And so I just wanted to leave it at that.
Thank you, Student Board Member. So, Member Thomas?
I would like to see the minutes, because I think that is a potential audit issue, that we are so far behind in the minutes. I think putting some pressure on staff to get the minutes would be appropriate. Speaking of MCA, I know that in the past I was able to ask for and receive a budget or in a report. So I think that report exists. And what it really tells you is it tells you how much funding comes in. It from Carl Perkins and from the state grant. It allows you to calculate the costs of low class sizes. I checked with the Department of Ed, and lower class sizes, the cost of that can be considered the district match, because the district has to match what the state gives. So I would really like to see if we can pull up that report of the cost of the MCE program, and whether, I think my feeling is that yes, we have to match what the state gives us, but the state gives us, and it's money, and it's a value to kids. So let's just make sure that we're not overspending spending. And that's what, when I looked at it the last time, we were overspending. We were doing more than our required match. And so if we have fewer and fewer students, that may mean that they can't go on their field trip or as far away on their field trip. They have to balance that budget, the money coming in and the money that the district is matching. So before we send that program away or think about even cutting it. And that brings up the next thought that I've had, and that is that the board has had no discussions about the specifics about reductions. And I think in the past we've had lists and money saved around all those lists, and the board has had discussions. The board has made some hard decisions because staff has said, here are some of the trade-offs we're thinking about, and you asked the board for their input. And so we did. We made some hard decisions about, in the Great Recession, about taking the electives out of the middle school, junior high school. And so I know there's probably going to be some hard decisions, but unless we see a plan, we have no idea yet what the district has in mind, specifically for the reductions.
Okay, Member Wen.
Thank you, Member Thomas. Also, we are going to be having a liaison committee meeting this coming up Monday with the City of Newark. I just wanted to thank the City of Newark staff, in particular City Manager Benoon and Kathy, their Executive Secretary. Yes, for recognizing that we're short-staffed and agreeing to host our committee meetings over at City Hall at the City of Newark. So I just wanted to give appreciation to the City of Newark staff and say thank you again. And Member Plancarte, it's been great working with you on the Parcel Tax Committee. And with Ms. Vakar. So thank you for bringing the two items tonight for approval. And I'm excited to do the legwork and canvas, and hopefully we can pass them on for our kids. And then, sorry, it's going to be a little. Today, it was a very emotional day at the high school for some of our students in ninth grade class, along with a couple of upperclassmen, some juniors and some seniors, along with some teachers and some parents, volunteers, including myself, for Challenge Day. And I have to say that this is a wonderful social emotional experience for our kids to be able to connect with one another, break down barriers, understand that all of us have adversities, and all of us are surviving and are resilient. And I just can't go into it without getting emotional, a little bit choked up, because the students wholeheartedly participated. They listened to instruction. They were able to support their fellow students. I saw leadership skills that, at first they were hesitant, thought it was awkward, weird that we were sharing, personal information about each other, about ourselves to each other, but they embraced the process and had a wonderful experience in the end. And I think that it's something that I would request that we would really continue to support the high school and incoming freshmen to be able to have this Challenge Day experience. So that's my one request. And then lastly, I just want to acknowledge our community's comments, our labor partners' pleas, and student demands. For the past 10 months, I have actively listened and have spoken out openly about my disagreement with my fellow board members on major concerns over the budget and lack of transparency on possible budget cuts, position cuts, and program cuts. And I just want to echo Member Thomas's statement regarding the fact that we haven't been presented a plan of
where the cuts needs to be, what the savings are actually, and what decisions and what programs we really want to cut or need to cut. And so that we can not have this creation of rumors floating around, and our communication needs to be better to sites so that, again, the unnecessary stress we're putting on kids because of the budget crisis doesn't need to be that prevalent, and because there hasn't been communication about MCA, and especially to us. I have listened to public comment on lack of communication, employee harassment, and retaliation, all things that we as board members should be concerned about because it is extremely important. It is evident that employee morale is low, trust has been broken, and we as leaders have not demonstrated integrity or accountability. So I just wanted to acknowledge everybody's feelings today, and myself. I know that I haven't always been the best on presenting myself in public on the dais, and I know that there's disappointment for my fellow board members. But again, I think that we do need to come together, and we have to find, even though we have a common goal to serve kids, I don't necessarily think that our goals are aligned in how to get towards the end, or how to cross the finish line. And our vision right up there, it says the Newark Unified School District is in partnership with the community will be a model of world-class education that develops this unique ability of every student. And right now, we're not really living that vision because we aren't collectively in partnership with our community, and that's my personal perspective. I know that my fellow board members may not see that, and I respect that. And then lastly, I just want to say, up here, although we do disagree and sometimes very aggressively and very, and it doesn't look great, but I don't take it personally. You know, I mentioned this again before to my fellow board members that I don't hold anything personal. If they ever ask me for help outside of when we sit on this dais, I'm always willing to help. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Nguyen. And Superintendent Vaccaro, just to follow up to one of the items that she raised. So we are going to have the liaison meeting. It's going to be on Monday. One of the the liaison meeting. And one of the challenges that we've had in the past is this is a Brown Act committee, and you know we need to have proper posting of this.
Already done.
Oh, it's done. Excellent. Okay, wonderful. Okay, that's why we hired you. Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, Member Plancarte.
I don't have any updates. I know that Tracy, you mentioned that there is a committee, a bond committee meeting coming up, so I am looking forward to that. I really want to get going on that and really collaborating with staff, with the community to really get behind supporting this bond, and hopefully we can pass it because our schools are in dire need of upgrades. So I'm looking forward to that. And then I just did want to read a little something, but just because I know that we've appointed you tonight as interim superintendent, and I want to just go ahead and read the following. Tracy Vaccaro, you've been a dedicated leader to public education for over 34 years, and you are experienced in school business operations and legislative advocacy and strategic planning, budget development, economic development, insurance and safety programs and child nutrition, technology infrastructure, capital projects, and designing innovative educational programs. You advocate for others to become educational leaders, and you support their journey by inspiring colleagues to lead our public schools. You know that our schools need quality educators who will put students first, and you will continue to advocate and inspire our educators here. And then also just a comment that came through, I wanted to just read a little short snippet of it. And this is on relating to you, Tracy, and it says, Tracy is going above and beyond as an administrator. She's out there talking to not only department heads and principals, but also staff members. She is doing her best to improve morale at the district. She is trying to bring stability to the district, and she has a vision that she needs the opportunity to see through. I believe she's an asset to our district and needs to continue to be supported. It's amazing to have someone work so diligently to move us in the right direction. And really right now, I think that it's a testament that not only us as board members, but the community, we are lacking unity and we need to be unified. And also the misinformation that happens and goes out into the community. And then, like tonight, and I've received some emails, and I know my fellow board members have as well, on the MCA cuts. And really that is new news to us. We've not discussed it. And so I think it's critical and key that a good communications plan is put together and it's tightly knit so that we don't have all of this misinformation and that there is transparency. Because I'll speak for myself. I am a parent, and before being a board member, I've asked for this transparency, and I want to continue to ensure that this is something that is at the forefront of things, because we are here for the kids, and we need to do the right thing for kids, and we need to put them first. And quite frankly, sometimes I wonder if it seems like it's about other things and it's not about the kids. So I just really want to just say that I look forward to really continue to work together with my fellow board members. And I look forward to working alongside you, Tracy, so that we can become unified and that we can be about kids, and the narrative can be different, because not only do our students deserve to have a good narrative of our schools, but also our staff. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to the kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Plancarte. And question for you, Superintendent Vaccaro, related to Member Plancarte's comments. So, in districts that are bigger and have more money, oftentimes they have a communications department. We don't have that right now. That's been a challenge. The Clifford Moss contract, is that solely focused on the bond, or is that, okay, it is. All right. So what I'm wondering is, I know that Member Plancarte does have a background in communications, and I think that given that, we're kind of in an all-hands-on-deck situation, I think it would be wonderful if she has availability and you have a need, that maybe she can help support and make sure that key messages go out.
Sorry, I would have to say that would be getting into the weeds, and we would actually would get a recommendation from our new interim superintendent, Ms. Bakar, so that we can do that. And it wouldn't be fair on Member Plancarte.
Right. So again, right, and I don't want to have to read Ed Code again, but the board retains all powers, right? And the board delegates at its own will. And this is not a demand. This is a question. And my question is right now we know that Ms. Bakar is under a lot of stress and has limited resources. And all I'm saying is that if we have resources at the board where we can help you, we'd be happy to do that, I think.
I definitely don't want to overstep my role as a board member, but definitely, if there ever is an opportunity to do that where it's not overstepping and it's not violating anything, then absolutely, if I have the time, I can. But it's probably something that we can probably table, at least for now. But yes, I support you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Just kind of in response and just kind of thinking through this, I'd like to come back with some thoughts about communications moving forward, especially as we go into the 24-25 school year, what communication looks like. I know I've been in communication with our new director of IT about some things that we can do to help improve getting messaging out and making it a little bit more uniformed. And so I know she's got some ideas too in that. So we will be taking a look at maybe what's out there that we can do. We're also possibly looking at maybe restructuring another vacant position that we have to be able to add some additional duties around communication that might be necessary to put into that job description. So we've got a couple ideas too, but we would love to have you as a thought partner. One thing I can say is each of you at different times have stepped into helping the district because you bring a wealth of information, either from your own professional background or from your work that you do within the community. And I just really want to thank all 5 of you. And Board Member Lee, I want to thank you too for the work that you do with the students over at, and sharing with us the communications that happen, especially at the high school. So I think it's part of the process, but I think there is kind of a line at some point, and but I also definitely respect the fact that you do bring such great knowledge, and I think that help right now is greatly appreciated in many different ways.
Thank you, Superintendent Vacar. So, Vice President Jones.
I have one really quick one and 2 fairly long ones, and I apologize for the length, but to me, I'm speaking from my heart and sharing something also. So the first one is that based on kind of what happened tonight and in the room, on the dais itself, I think it would be important for us to spend some time talking about the public comment protocols. And just making sure that we all are in agreement and that we all feel right about that. I think there's a lot of good in them, but my personal opinion is they're too long. So I think that's something that we need to make some time to talk about as a board and push it off to the end of June because it's not imperative for now. The first thing that I want to read is kind of my personal thoughts right now. It's about change. Change is often challenging and difficult work. One of the hardest things to overcome when we think of change is fear. I recently heard fear described as false evidence appearing real. And to really help us, to help me, I needed to repeat that to myself, and so I'm going to do that again. Fear is false evidence appearing real. Fear comes from a lack of understanding or knowledge and is most often fueled by anger. Another way we hear fear described is perceived reality. We only know what we are aware of, and often we don't understand the whys of things that are happening. And that's very common when we think about what we as board members know and can do and what we can share, but we have more that we can share and so working on that communication is important. As a board member, I listen to the community and the staff's thoughts expressed during public comment, and I hear the fear. Fear often rears its head in rumors and gossip, which grows to the point of putting words in other people's mouths or blaming others for what we don't understand. We need to stop and work together to hold each other accountable, to be professional, and to show respect. We are moving forward, adapting to our new reality of deep budget cuts and not filling every vacancy, but reorganizing to be more efficient moving forward. It may feel or look as though the board is not making well thought out financial decisions about programming or staffing. But know that each decision is well thought out and the pros and cons are being taken to heart. The board does its best to have these difficult discussions in our public meetings, but personnel issues must be made in decisions must be made in closed session to protect staff. The board is working together to move NUSD forward, and I am excited to work with Ms. Vacar as we move forward. She has many solid ideas, pulling from her vast experience on how to help NUSD out of our fiscal crisis and into stability, how to update facilities with the bond that we have heard about a little bit tonight. Excuse me. We have a lot of hard work ahead of us, but we can do it. But we will need the community's help in order to make it possible for the board and staff to be able to do everything that we would like to do. So I urge community to get involved and to work together with us, not against us. Last week, shifting gears a little bit, last week the board received a letter from one of our longtime employees, and I reached out and asked for permission to be able to share it tonight. I have been here for over 26 years and have seen quite a few administrators come and go. Tracy is going above and beyond as an administrator. I have never had such great communication with anyone from the administrative side of the district. She is out there talking to not only department heads and principals, but all staff members. She walked into a mess, and she is doing her best to improve the morale of the district. She is trying to bring stability and has a vision that she needs the opportunity to see through. I believe that she is an asset to our district and needs to continue to be supported. Tracy is making a point to move our district forward through this extremely difficult time. She constantly checks in with me to see how things are going in our department. In the past, I have never spoken with any administrator regularly, including past CBOs. They would check in occasionally, but not as often as Tracy follows up with me currently. She makes it a point to let me know that we are part of the district and that it is a unified district. She is doing an excellent job of running the district by herself. She is working diligently and vigorously to make sure that we hire the best candidates for the open positions. She not only interviews the candidates, but she does more research before offers are made for these positions. It is amazing to have someone work so diligently to help us move in the right direction. I am not only an employee, I am a parent and a resident of the city. Tracy will make a great superintendent for our district. Please consider that as you move forward in the selection process. And she preferred to remain anonymous. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Jones. So I don't have any committee reports or requests, but I do have a statement that I'd like to make. So dear board and members of the NUSD community, as most of you know, our district has recently been going through some tough times. But these challenges have been decades in the making and are going to take time to turn around. Sadly, however, we have a small group of people, both inside and outside the district, who are actively trying to obstruct this turnaround for their own petty, selfish reasons. Going forward, I will be referring to them as the Mean Girls, from the characters found in Tina Fey's movie and Broadway musical. And right now, I'm going to expose their backgrounds, the lies they are spreading, and the lengths they are willing to go to regain their lost power. Chief among the Mean Girl bullies are former Newark School Board members Lucia Gutierrez and Elisa Martinez. According
Point of order.
Okay, so excuse me. There's a thing, and it's called the Constitution, and we are all allowed to express our opinions. And I have not interrupted either of you, and so please do not interrupt me. And I will continue. Thank you.
Well, I don't need to
Okay.
stay here to listen to this
So you-
labeling of people. I think that's really inappropriate, and for you to be
So-
sitting there as president of this board, I don't want to be associated with labeling people, labeling our students, labeling righteousness. If you're righteousness, then no, sorry, thank you.
So thank you. Okay. And please remember, Member Wen, the next time that you interrupt me and you start calling me names.
I did not call you names.
Yes, you have.
And
You've
Member Hill?
You've told me that I don't care about students.
That is true.
You've made sexist comments to me. Okay, it's very disrespectful. You've accused me of mansplaining. It's very disrespectful. Okay, thank you.
President Hill,
Yeah. So
I have personally never made any sort of comments to you, but I feel this is really like below your position. Like, I don't think this is necessary, and I would really like to call point of order.
So you cannot call point of order because I'm allowed to express my opinion. And Member Lee, I will note that you also accused me of mansplaining at one point. And so there's a thing, it's called the Constitution, it's called democracy. We're allowed to express our opinion. And I would appreciate it if you would listen, because I think there's some information that you're not aware of. And so again, when I'm finished, you're welcome to make a comment, but I'd like you to let me finish my statement because I've shown you the courtesy of listening to your statements. Okay, thank you. Chief among the mean girl bullies are former Newark School Board members Lucia Gutierrez and Elisa Martinez. According to a January 26, 2021 San Jose Mercury News article, quote, "The Fair Political Practices Commission is investigating a complaint alleging the Newark School Board violated conflict of interest law when it hired one of its members to be an executive assistant to the superintendent, according to state records obtained by this news organization." End quote. Here it's important to understand that as a board member, Ms. Gutierrez participated in the hiring of former Superintendent Mark Triplett, and then within days of that hiring turned around and quit her board position so that she could get her new hire to hire her in a position earning substantially more, to the tune of $133,000, including benefits, versus the $238 per month that she was earning as a board member. Her fellow Mean Girl board member, former board president, Elisa Martinez, aided and abetted this corrupt act by interviewing Ms. Gutierrez and approving her appointment as Superintendent Triplett's executive assistant. One hand washes the other. It is important to note, however, that if this government investigation finds these actions were a violation of Government Code 1090, they could result in civil fines, criminal prosecution, and perpetual disqualification from public office. My question to the public is, do you want to get advice from and be associated with these two unprincipled characters? Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Martinez have also recruited an additional small group of mean girls who regularly come to board meetings to stage protests. They hold up signs and they make fake proclamations that the superintendent and the board within the past year have unilaterally manufactured our current budget crisis and driven unwarranted staff turnover. Interestingly, though, they gloss over the 2021 Mercury News' description of their own time in power. Quote, "The investigation is bringing more public scrutiny to a district that recently voted to close 2 schools because of declining enrollment and budget troubles, and which has a history of legal issues, at times wayward leadership, and a recent spate of turnover at high-level positions. What the mean girls don't tell you is that we are the first board to seriously address decades of deficit spending and make an attempt to put our financial house in order. What they don't tell you is that per an East Bay Echo publication, some of the people who have been a part of the recent turnover have themselves been complicit in corruption, which ultimately resulted in the district entering into a $300,000 legal settlement with Aquila Bird because of that corruption. And I am here to tell you that there is still more corruption that hasn't come to light. You also hear the mean girls chant that the superintendent and the board don't care about students and that, quote, Newark deserves better, end quote. What they don't tell you is that we are the first board to put explicit, measurable goals in place to improve academic achievement for all students. And they gloss over the fact that secretly, their own answer to academic achievement isn't to help kids improve in a measurable way, but rather call measurements racist and eliminate them altogether and thereby eliminate their own accountability for producing results. Is this the better that Newark deserves? Sadly, however, the mean girl toxicity doesn't just exist outside the district. As Dr. Penelope DeLeon, an experienced superintendent with over 30 years of experience in public education, came in to help us with the turnaround, she met fierce resistance from a small group of mean girl insiders. When Dr. DeLeon came in and began setting simple expectations, such as requiring people to show up at work versus 8 a.m. at 8 a.m. versus 10 or 11, high-level insiders began filing complaints to the board that Dr. De Leon was harassing them. I don't know about you, but in my experience, people who work expect that they need to show up to work on time and produce results. But rather than turn over a new leaf and start delivering on goals the board had established with the superintendent, this small group began engaging in defiant and undermining behavior that obstructed our turnaround efforts and threatened our ability to address the $14 million structural deficit we inherited. This group, along with their outsider mean girl brethren, also collaborated on one of the most disgusting defamation campaigns against Dr. De Leon I have ever seen launched against a person. But these kinds of people have no shame. As Dr. De Leon announced that she would need to retire early due to a medical condition, no doubt exacerbated by this reprehensible treatment, the Mean Girls redoubled and redirected their efforts towards a new target, Interim Superintendent Tracy Vicar. Amazingly, not only did they openly and brazenly refuse to follow direction from Ms. Vicar, but they also began engaging in what can only be described as acts of sabotage. In an effort to bring most district operations to a halt, certain individuals began a campaign to intimidate contract workers we had brought in by secretly calling up the County Office of Education and the state to challenge their employment contracts and threaten their retirements. The minute these well-meaning contractors got wind that they were being retaliated against, they left in almost an instant. But the mean girl bullying didn't stop there. They also began calling up people who we had made full-time employment offers to, telling them that they shouldn't come to work for us because we were a terrible district with a terrible superintendent. It seems that if they couldn't keep their power, the mean girls would take down the district, no matter what the cost to kids, parents, or Newark taxpayers. As a consequence of these actions, on March 27th, the board authorized Ms. Vicar to initiate a workplace misconduct investigation, which is now underway. I am just now returning from a 4-day trip down to Anaheim, having taken 35 of my students to participate in the Future Business Leaders of America State Championship. During the kickoff, the keynote speaker said something which I think perfectly describes the situation we currently face. He told the audience of 25 aspiring students, quote, "Remember, when you are facing opposition, it means they are trying to guard something valuable," end quote. The mean girls, for their own personal benefit and power, are trying to prevent the superintendent and the board from building a world-class team and deny students and families the opportunity to access a world-class education. Let's not let them win. And that's the end of my statement. Thank you. So, Ms. Vicar. Superintendent, concluding comments?
I'll come back with some additional information on the MCA report as to some of the past history. Thank you, Board Member Thomas, for sharing that there had been a prior report. I look forward to reviewing that and bringing you back some additional information on this matter. I have been in conversation with Principal Murphy around some ideas and strategies and possibly some other ways that we can not only support this pathway, but also other pathways for the future of our students. The fields and fence projects, these will be coming back. I have them under review right now. I've seen the preliminary draft reports of what we went back to be able to review and ensure that we are getting good value for our money. And I heard you loud and clear about we need a new communication plan. I couldn't agree with you more. I'd like to remind the public that this board has not voted to make any decision yet on a school bond. I know we had a lot of talk here this evening, and I don't want anything to be confused in that. We have not done that. As a matter of fact, we're going out for a survey, and that survey will be brought back to the board for the board to make a decision sometime in late June. as to whether or not this is an advantageous move for us to make now and actually ask for a bond or a bond extension from our community. But we need more information. So I just want to be real clear because there's been a lot of talk about it, and I don't want people to think that there's been some decision made. And the reason I say that is we can do exploratory work, and that's something that we can do as a staff and be able to provide information to you. But once you make a decision, staff can no longer be involved with the decision moving forward once it goes onto the ballot. And so I just want to be real clear about that for the future. We do need to work together, and we need to listen, and we need to be respectful of each other. I would like to thank the Board of Education and the Newark community and the district for the opportunity to serve as your interim superintendent. It's important that we work together and we ensure that we work together to serve our schools, our children, and our families. The heart of what we do is to provide a quality public education to our children. Today, that means we need to engage students in STEAM activities and education. That's in addition to the core academics that we provide to our students. Newark Unified School District has the opportunity to make a difference in the lives of our children and the families, and I'm confident that we can do this work together. We can do great things. Our schools are the cornerstone of this community, and I am honored to work with all of you to support, and especially the great work that our staff does each and every day. Great things can happen here at Newark Unified School District. There is a poem I'd like to share with you by John Wesley. Do all the good that you can, by all the means that you can, in all the ways that you can, in all the places that you can, in all the times that you can, and to all the people that you can, for as long as you ever can. It's really something that I've thought about many, many times over the years. The work that we do in public education is to be able to help change lives, to make lives better, and to bring opportunities for the future and hope to many of our families. We saw some of that here this evening in our boardroom. We saw amazing teacher leaders that were recognized, amazing classified leaders that were recognized, and a student who's going to have the opportunity to be able to achieve a dream. And I can't say enough about knowing that we have, an Amazon future engineer leader sitting out there amongst us. And who knows, maybe she'll be the next person that creates the next Echo device that all of us changes our lives and how we communicate with others throughout the world. Those are the important things that we do here together. And I just encourage all of you that we need to become really good listeners. We need to work together, and we need to be respectful of each other. It's hard work to do. I think we can do it. Actually, I know we can do it. And I know each of you have spoken to me about the importance of doing all these things for our children, our families, our school communities, our leaders that came and spoke to us here this evening, our community that spoke to us this evening, even on views that sometimes are different than what maybe other perspectives of other people in the community. We need to make sure that we bring value to everyone's opinions. And so with that, I call you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to serve. I look forward to working with all of you as we move forward.
Thank you, Ms. Vaccaro. So can we get a motion? I'm sorry, go ahead, Member Lee.
You said I could speak after you, so could I speak now?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just want to say this takes a lot for me to say this because, I don't want to comment on any, political things or, anything that, that's not related to students. But I'm still going to say it. Also, okay, so I will say this one thing out of many things. This is a school board, and I just want to say this isn't a you versus me fight in this community. Everyone's here to make decisions for the students, and you guys are supposed to represent the community. I respect everything all of you guys bring to the table, but some of the things that happened today wasn't something that showed patience and understanding, and it created a division, and it established a division, creating a you versus me, and I just want to express that I'm disappointed to see this, not just as a member, as a student, as a member, of New York Memorial. But as a human, because the events that happened today were just, it wasn't correct. It wasn't positive, and it wasn't something that showed love for each other. And maybe I am overstepping my line as a student board member, but as a human, I understand we need to accept each other's perspectives, and I also want to say I do respect all of you guys and everything, and you guys are all highly intellectual adults, and all of your guys' perspectives are valid, but then the community's perspectives are valid, so I just think we just need to open up a little bit more and maybe take that extra step that we weren't willing to take before. But yeah.
Okay, thank you, Member Lee. Okay, so can I get a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Yeah. Board Member Thomas?
Oh, wait, no,
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I was going to go back. Student Member Lee?
Yes.
Judge Choi? Ms. Placarte? Board Member Placarte?
Yes.
Board Member Jones?
Yes.
President Hill?
Yes. All right, meeting is adjourned.
Just a comment.